Minister, Honorable Engineer Nadi Imoro Sanda. We also have with us the DCE for Wa West, Honorable Weija Diorote. We are also joined by the Sesala West DCE, Honorable Aisha Imoro Baton Hall. Also with us this afternoon is the Regional Director of Health Services, Dr. Damien Ponguire. With us this afternoon is the Regional Director of Highways, Mr. Archibald Derry. Also with us is the Regional Director of Urban Roads, Mr. Charles Darkon. We are also joined by the Regional Director of Agric, Mr. Emmanuel Sasu Yeboah. We have with us the Regional Director, Department of Feeder Roads, Mr. Alfonso Kwe. Also with us this afternoon is the PRO for the Upper West Coordinating Council, Mr. Cletus Awuni. Joining us also is the Senior Development Planning Officer at the RCC, Mr. Balo Oswald. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Upper West Regional Minister and my brother, Honorable Dr. Hafiz Bin Sali. So I will now yield the podium to the Minister for his presentation and then come back to you for your questions. If you just joined us, this program is live on GTV across the country. If you're on Facebook, we are also streaming on Ministry of Information's Facebook page. Kindly join us. Honorable Minister.
Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters from the media fraternity. Deputy Minister for Information, my beloved sister, the Chief Director, Office of the Upper West Regional Coordinating Council, Honorable Municipal and District Chief Executives who have accompanied me here, regional heads of departments who have graciously accompanied me to this important ceremony. I bring you all greetings from the chiefs and people of the Upper West region, the region that is renowned for its peaceful nature. I'm grateful for this opportunity offered me to make a presentation on some of the development interventions executed by the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo since he assumed office as president on the 7th of January 2017. The outline of my presentation shall be in the following form. First, introduction. Then we'll give a brief profile of the region, details of major development interventions, i.e. roads and transport, health, water and sanitation, education, other major infrastructural development, and then finally, conclusion. Before I proceed to make my presentation, I want to seize this opportunity to thank the chiefs and people of the Upper West region who has offered the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo their fullest support that has resulted in the implementation of these interventions. I'm grateful to the President of the Upper West Regional House of Chiefs, Dafiamana Lawyer Dikumene, the Vice President of the House, Laura Na Powella Kabu III, the Paramount Chief of the Weija Traditional Area, Na Alhaji Fuseni Sedu Pelupu IV, Tumu Koro Richard Babeni Canton, who is also a member of the Council of State, the Polu Koro, Boutier Leman, and all other paramount chiefs in the region. I also thank our religious leaders. First, the Cardinal Richard Bawop, Bishop of the Weija Diocese, the Chief Imam, Alhaji Usman Kanehe, the Yerena, and all other religious leaders. I now proceed to make my presentation. Introduction. Since 2017, the Upper West region has benefited from significant development, intervention, and investment across all sectors. This has contributed to the improvement in the performance of many development indicators in the region. Brief regional profile. The region has a population of 901,502 people, according to the Ghana Statistical Service 2021. About 48.8% are male, while 51.2% are female. The region has a fairly young population, with 49% being below 20 years. This implies a huge potential labor force for the future. There are 11 municipal and district assemblies which are coterminous with the number of constituencies in the region. Chieftaincy, you find the beautiful picture of the map of the Upper West region. Chieftaincy is a respected institution and is a major medium for community mobilization in the region. There are 32 paramountcies and 186 divisional chiefs in the region providing traditional leadership. There are 3 main ethnic groups in the region, namely Dagaba, Wala, and Sisala. The region covers a geographical area of 18,476 square kilometers, which is about 7.74% of Ghana's landmass. The region shares boundary with Burkina Faso, Upper East, Northeast, and Savannah regions. There is a strong socio-cultural relation among the border communities and extensive interboundary mobility of people. The region has a natural fisheries, wildlife, and a serene hospitality industry that constitute the core of the tourism in our region. You find pictures of some of the tourist attractions in the region. We have the Hippo Sanctuary at Weija in Wa West, the mushroom-like rock at Welling in Drapa. Then we have Golu Slave Defense Wall in Sisala West, and One Nas Palace, which is in Wa Municipal. In spite of the current security issues in Wa Township, the region is largely peaceful. The security agencies have count issues and are dealing with the matter satisfactorily. At the height of the happenings in Wa, the Inspector General of Police had to detail 410 men and women on security operations in the region, and that has brought calm to the region. This is aside the 992 security personnel that are permanently resident in the region. Roads and transport. The transportation sector has received a major boost in the Upper West region. This comprises air transport, roads, and bridges. air transport. The Weija Airport has been operational since October 2019. The Weija Accra route now has regular daily flights, courtesy Passion Airlines. This has eased travel burden of commuters from Accra to the region and vice versa. The airport also serves other commuters transiting to neighboring countries such as Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali. This is a major impetus for boosting tourism, emergency healthcare, and other essential services in the region. Indeed, I had the pleasure and honor of commissioning the operationalization of the Weija Airport. Passport Office. The Weija Passport Office has been operational since 24th November 2020. The office was established through the collaborative efforts of the Regional Coordinating Council, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Ghana Immigration Service. Residents of the region can now access services such as acquiring new passports, renewal and replacement of old passports with much ease. Hitherto, residents of the region had to travel to Tamale, Kumasi, or Accra for such services. This has eased the burden of applicants, especially Hajj pilgrims. Once again, I had the pleasure of commissioning the Weija Passport Office. Major boosts in road sector. The region has received some significant improvement in its roads infrastructure. Since 2017, government has completed bitumen surfacing of 220.29 kilometers length of roads in the region. This comprises 127.6 kilometers of highways, 63.70 kilometers of feeder roads, and 28.99 kilometers of urban roads. You have a table of some of the roads that have been bituminized under the Ghana Highway Authority. That is the table. We also have the table that contains bitumen servicing for feeder roads in the region. All the roads that have been bituminized have been outlined. We also have roads that have been bituminized under urban roads also on the table. We also have pictures of highways constructed. We have upgrading of Nadoli Laura Hambly Road, that is kilometer 0 to kilometer 45. We also have upgrading of Fien Wahabu Road, that is 10 kilometers. We have sealing work on Bagre Road, 5 kilometers, to Viere Laura Market Road, 0.9 kilometers. Then we have sealing work on Midvitry Road, 2.5 kilometers, and Gamor Road, 1.5, all in Nandong. The construction of two major bridges over the Kulung and Ambalara rivers in the Weija East district has been completed. This is a critical investment in the road sector in the region. These regions are valued at about 17,428,570 euros. The bridges have been opened to traffic. These bridges are critical in the region and have brought relief to commuters, especially those in the southeastern corridor of the region. Carton of farm produce and animals to market centers have also enhanced as the Weija East corridor constitute a major food basket. You have pictures of the bridges that I have just mentioned. There are two, Kulung and Ambalara bridges. Those areas used to be known as overseas, but with the construction of these bridges, they have become part and parcel of the Upper West region. During his recent visit to the region, His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, cut short for the dualization of Nandom town roads. The 2-kilometer project will cost 85.2 million Ghana cedis and will see an expansion of the Nandom town roads with 2-lane dual carriage alphatic overlays. Other road furniture will include signalized traffic lights and road markings to enhance safety. In addition, the Kamba Bridge on the Laura Nandom Road has been awarded on contract. The same as Dangbam Bridge on the Jirapa Nandom Road has also been awarded on contract to be replaced with a concrete bridge. These bridges will replace the old ones which are weak and not safe for flying. Once again, I was around when the President cut short for the dualization of Nandom town roads. We also have materials at site for the construction of the Kamba Bridge in the picture. Bitumen surfacing of Wabulenga Road, that is 13 kilometers, is ongoing. Currently, 10 kilometers has been primer sealed, and we expect, and the project will be completed by the end of 2023. The project is being executed by Askal Investment Company Limited. Upgrading of Isa Wahabu and Wahabu Fonsi Road are also in progress. The Ghana Armed Forces is also undertaking the construction of major culverts and other spot improvement progress at Kasana, Kandia, and Jeffisi in the Sisala East and West District. I had the honor to tour these project sites together with their respective MMDCs. The Tumuhen-Laura Road, that is 85 kilometers, has been awarded on contracts in 5 lots to help speed up completion in 24 months. The contracts include Mawum's Company Limited. They are to work on 15 kilometers, Askal Investment 10 kilometers, Maripoma 20 kilometers, Greenhouse International Development 15 kilometers, and PNW Ghanem Limited 25 kilometers. Sites have been handed over to the contractors and some have commenced work. When completed, the transportation challenges of the northeastern belt of the region, which is a major food basket, will be relieved. These are some of the sites where the constructions are taking place. Health, water, and sanitation, WASH. The Wa Regional Hospital. The Wa Regional Hospital was commissioned by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo on 18th August 2019. And once again, I was by the side of the President when it happens. The hospital has been adequately staffed and equipped and is fully operational. It is the main referral facility in the region, and it is anticipated to be upgraded to a teaching hospital to serve the region, and this will happen, inshallah. You have the picture indicating the commissioning of the Wa Regional Hospital and an aerial view of the hospital. 5 new district hospitals under construction. Work is progressing on the construction of 5-number district hospital under the Agenda 111 program. These hospitals are located at Weija in Wa West District, Fancy in Wa East District, Lambuse in Lambuse District, Esa in Dafiama Buse Esa District, and Golu in Sisala West District. All the contractors are at site and work is progressing. The completion of this hospital will significantly improve health delivery in the Upper West region. That is why the Regional Coordinating Council is keenly monitoring the progress of work of these projects to ensure that they are completed within schedule. You have pictures on all the 5 sites for your viewing pleasure. Please roll the pictures so that I've had the honor of visiting all these sites, not once, twice, or thrice. Other health infrastructure. Since 2017, MMDAs with funding from the District Assembly Common Fund, District Development Fund, and Northern Development Authority have completed the construction of 87 health infrastructure. The distribution is shown graphically below. DBI 6, Jirapa 7, Lambuse 12, Nadoli 8, Sisala West 9, Wa West 10, Sisala East 3, Wa Municipal 5, Nandom 6, Laura 16, and Wa East 6. You have pictures of what I have just indicated, to indicate that I am not deceiving or telling lies. These include chiefs compounds, health wards, hospital wards rather, staff accommodation, supply of hospital beds, and other critical health equipment. These facilities will go a long way to complement the efforts of central government. These facilities have contributed significantly to healthcare service delivery, especially in the rural parts of the Upper West region. Access to healthcare services have also improved significantly in the region. One constituency, one ambulance. In 2020, the region received 13 new ambulances under the One Constituency, One Ambulance program. All constituencies in the region have functional ambulances to convey patients to referral facilities. Performance of critical health indicators. The table is there, and through collaborative efforts, the number of medical doctors in the Upper West region increased from 48 in 2016 to 79 in 2022. The number of nurses increased from 2,372 in 2016 to 4,829 in 2022. The region currently has 60 medical assistants and 23 anesthetists. Consequently, doctor population ratio and nurse population ratio has improved from 16,376 to 11,651 and 331 to 191 respectively. However, maternal and infant mortalities are still high. The Regional Coordinating Council will continue to work with the Ghana Health Service and other development partners to further improve these indicators. The region has also successfully managed the COVID-19 pandemic and currently do not have any active cases. Other communicable diseases such as CSM have been successfully managed. Water and sanitation. In 2017, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo commissioned the Jamboso Water Treatment Plant, which drastically increased water production for WA. As part of efforts to extend urban water supply, the Ghana Water Company Limited, during the period under review, embarked on various projects. These include Phase 1, Phase 2, and Phase 3 of pipeline mains extension totaling 5,668,444 Ghana cedis. 56 kilometers length of pipeline have since been laid. This has increased urban water coverage to communities in and around Wa, Bamahu, Mangu, Sambo, Kumbiehe, Danko, Napobokule, and many others are beneficiaries of this. With $45.7 million additional funding from IDA and World Bank, some major investment has been undertaken in the rural water sector, including rehabilitation and expansion of 2-number small-town pipe water systems at Lambuse and Hapa, valued at 10,240,845 million. 10,240,840 Ghana cedis. 250 boreholes fitted with hand pumps in 231 communities in 5 districts, valued at 5,488,686 Ghana cedis. The beneficiary districts include Jirapa, Laura, Nandom, Sisala West, and Dafiema Buse Issa. Other projects under the same funding include construction of 6-number packaged water treatment plant for piped water systems, valued at 5,359,838 Ghana cedis, which has been completed. These are located at Laura, Nandom, Nadoli, Bolu, and Goripie. In addition, 30-number boreholes have been drilled and designs completed as sources for 10-number small-town pipe water system in Jirapa, Laura, Nandom, Sisala West, and Dafiema Buse Issa. Dafiema Buse Issa is featuring prominently in the water sector. Others include drilling and mechanization of 5-number boreholes to improve water supply for a small-town pipe water system in Nadoli, Kaleu, Dafiema, Fonsi, Bolu, valued at 1,496,703 Ghana cedis. Construction and finishing of water system management offices at Jirapa, Lambuse, Hambele, and Tumu has also been completed. The design for the construction of Tumu water system is completed and procurement process is ongoing. I know Tumu Koro and my younger brother, Honorable Hamid Senior, and the people of Tumu and indeed Sisala East District will be excited about this. In addition, all MMDAs are implementing various projects to help improve the wash sector in the region. As an outcome of this investment in the wash sector, rural water coverage in the region now stands at 75.90%. This is far above the national coverage of 62.57%. Sanitation and hygiene practices such as latrine usage and hand washing with soap has improved in the region. Nandong, Municipal, and Keleu have been declared open defecation-free districts in Ghana. I believe they are the only 2 districts in the country, and I think the Upper West deserve an applause. And about 815 communities have also been declared ODF-free in the region. We have pictures of some of the development in the water sector. We have Hapa, Hamele, small town water system, the Lambuse one. We have standing pipe as Hambele, institutional latrine at Holy Family Senior High School, packed water treatment plant in Nadoli Keleu. Finally, education sector. Details of education sector. The introduction of the free senior high school program in 2017 saw all 35 public senior high school, senior high technical school, technical and vocational education and training schools in the region being enrolled onto the program. So far, the program has benefited 33,868 students in the region. Following the introduction of the free senior high school program, The provision of new infrastructure and expansion of existing ones was imperative to contain the large numbers. About 36 GET Fund projects, which were inherited from the previous regime, were repackaged and have been completed. In addition, from 2017 to date, the GET Fund has completed 33 new infrastructure facilities and 11 new facilities are in progress. These projects include dormitories, classrooms, science laboratories, administrative blocks, accommodation, etc. Strenuous efforts are being made to complete some 52 stalled GET Fund projects in the region. The projects include some critical infrastructure in SD Dombo University for Business and Integrated Development Studies, Dr. Hilal Liman Technical University, and some senior high school and basic schools across the region. Let me remind Ghanaians that it took the benevolence of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to establish 2 public universities in the Upper West region. Please find pictures of some educational infrastructure put up from 2017 to date. Dining hall at Queen of Peace Senior High School, a 12-unit classroom block at Tumu Senior High Technical School, dormitory block at Jirapa Senior High School, dormitory block at Wa Senior High Technical School, dormitory block at Dafiema Senior High School, 2-story 12-unit classroom block at Tumu Senior High School, and many others. In 2020, some major emergency rehabilitation works were carried out on some facilities that were destroyed by rainstorm and fire. The beneficiary schools include Wa Sektek, Bolu Senior High School, Lambuse Community Senior High School, and Wa Islamic Senior High School. You have the dormitory block of Wa Senior High School, 6-unit classroom block at Wa Senior High Technical School, rehabilitation of E-block at Lambuse Senior High School, rehabilitation of dormitory block at Bolu Senior High School. The MMD is using District Assembly Common Fund, District Development Fund, and Northern Development Authority funding have completed a total of 161 projects in the educational sector. DBI completed 9 projects, Jirapa 18, Lambuse 17, Nadoli 21, Sisala West 12, Wa West 8, Sisala East 15, Wa Municipal 24, Nandom 6, Laura 18, and Wa West 10. These are what? Wa East. Thank you. So you have pictures of some of the facilities that have been constructed by the respective MMDEs. Construction and finishing of DES office at Nandom, Tumu Model Girls Junior High School with ancillary facilities, and many others. The pictures are there for all to see. Various sets of furniture have been supplied by were distributed to secure supervisors in all the 11 municipalities and districts to enhance monitoring and supervision. All senior high schools, municipal district, and regional directorates of Ghana Education Service in the region have been duly installed with internet facilities to enhance their work. Yes, you can roll the pictures. You can see me gleefully handing over the vehicles to heads of some beneficiary institutions. Other major infrastructure. Energy. Government has completed 13 megawatts peak Keleo solar power plant. This will add to the 6.5 megawatts peak established at Laura in 2018. Work has also commenced for the construction of phase 2 of the Keleo plant to add 15 megawatts peak. When completed, it will make the Upper West region the largest contributor of solar energy to the national energy mix. In order to brighten the streets of communities to enhance security, the Upper West Regional Coordinating Council undertook the procurement and installation of 4,000 number complete street lighting system for all 11 MMDAs. The Ministry of Energy also allocated 4,800 street lights to the Regional Coordinating Council for distribution to the assemblies in the region. We have since done that. So you find pictures of the energy sector. And once again, I was with Mr. President when he commissioned the Keleo solar power plants. Other major infrastructure. BK Adama Multipurpose Youth Resource Center. The project is critical in enhancing the skills and talent development of the youth of the Upper West region and beyond. The project comprises FIFA standard pitch, tennis court, a multi-purpose court, VIP, media, and 3 popular stands, office spaces, restaurant, and 4 ticketing booths. Other facilities include 3 fence walls, drainage works, entrance posts, and washrooms. The construction of the project is in 2 phases. Phase 1 has been completed, and phase 2 is ongoing. It is hoped that early next year, Mr. President will visit us in Wa to commission this project. You have pictures of the facility. Finally, the region has largely received its share of the national development cake under the distinguished leadership of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We, however, continue to advocate for more interventions, especially in roads and health sector, particularly for the eastern belt of the region. The Regional Coordinating Council sincerely acknowledges the contribution of all its development partners, citizens, and residents of the region. I also appreciate the support of the technocrats who have been assisting us to bring development to the region. However, we encourage all and sundry to continue to contribute their bit to the development agenda of the region. The region has huge potentials which must be harnessed, and we are open, our doors are open. So please, you can come to the Upper West region, identify your interests, and then invest. The people are hospitable, they are accommodating, and they will welcome you. On this note, I thank you all for your attention. Ya baraka yagaja. Nade vuonga apo tiyi deme an wona to kokore ayi Accra. Te wen kakarwa yala biela aku apalo anan tonson hane His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo anan ona antona abenka Upper West man aba ti yala ati jaga ti soye yala lombori ayala aga ti kuan yala lombori ayala aga ti school karambo yala lombori ti soye lombori ya banyanka President Anwa ovenyan ba mana to soye ga agara wuchao ba eron a era wa agara bulinge a era fiang agara wahabu a era wahabu agara yala aja bang era chel wa Laura heng tu musor omen ye to so nimbije to do kuye contractor he banu askal mawuns maripoma greenhouse Chinese company kangala anang mbawadie banatindaku ti anonsola ti nyogun po ji anu ko banton luring atuma ka senate no gara voting 2024 ko mala ana sorana adu kotari atew ti yalla mane ka ana sorana ona bahan to ko yalla lombori min te moya yagaja pampana Ghana jienga Upper West Yonla Jetin Tara District High Anwulwa Ana District Hene Banuba Baladora Selanga Yinging Nando District Labla Anan Nadoli Kiliu District Chadampana Kunokuro District Jana Nemija and be Upper West na common mora ka Yunjing common wapaha Nando Anan Nadoli Kiliu District Mbayanka Banamong Achetong a Ebla Manla Yalaman Yalanya Bamana Bibili Diembuje Kanga Onalaka President Awa Ade Anaji Adamara Tenabale Nga Ai Nabale BK Adama Uyuri Adamara O Yeji Anna Sombi Bolangmaraba Nuba Amande Banuhu Angara Bole Anan Jo Yaltarahe Anajieni Mbayanka Yunjing President Onawewa Kunawa Ono Yui Aji Kopili Atong Agarabe adaha yala ana junla tonwa ka yala na president an era Upper Western karmun wa yala ka Ghana demi ko wuma chaman yala ama henga jatin yala nga kuramba ka tinamini anan apalo no ba kono da basunta so impuhe the president Upper West Regional House of Chiefs tinamini non kon onu na manager anan apalo no ba anan sombono yansonta tembanton aton anaton so hangana yoma yinga pon yale jamaa ka president anambora ka tumbora ka yasonte ka ana yal barana ka aba ajun tuna puhe ya ja ka ya antili anan ya baraka munna malti yala.
Thank you so much for that insightful presentation, Honorable Minister. I was thinking about a summary and I said, where do I start from? A lot has been said today, but for me, the key things that really caught my attention was the fact that when it comes to rural water coverage, Upper West is doing better than the national average. Honorable Minister mentioned that the national average stands at 62.57% nationwide, but in Upper West, through government's investment in several water projects, the Upper West coverage of rural water is at 75.90%. That is so huge. And also, Minister mentioned that a total of 56 kilometers of pipeline has been laid in the Upper West region since 2017. He also mentioned the Jambusi water system and other small town piped water systems, including projects that the government has undertaken in Laura, Nandom, Nadoli, Kalio, Dafiema, Lambuse, among other communities that have benefited from this massive infrastructure development within the water sector. It was also very refreshing to hear that a total of 87 health infrastructure projects have been completed by the MMDAs. Honorable Minister also mentioned that the Weija Regional Hospital has been commissioned and operationalized since 2020, and also that the region is benefiting from the government's Agenda 111 projects. And as we saw on the board, and as Minister explained, five projects that were awarded to the region are at various stages of completion. Projects in Weija, Funsi, Golu, Lambuse, and Issa. And it's very important that we see the pictures because some of these projects were so ambitious that people just didn't believe that it will see the light of day. You ask and they say, where are the projects? They are just saying Agenda 111. But gradually, after all the procurement phase, everything, the feasibility studies, land acquisition, among others, and now seeing the brick and mortar, seeing the foundation, seeing the pillars, it is clear that in our lifetime, every district in Ghana will get a district hospital, and that is really commendable. Thank you so much for that, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister also mentioned that through the highways, urban roads, and feeder roads, a total of 220.29 kilometers have in Upper West Region has received bitumen. I said 220, that's a whole lot. So I'm hoping to come to Upper West very soon to have that experience. And also the fact that key places that were cut off because they did not have good bridges have now been fixed. Minister mentioned that the bridges on the Kulung and Ambalara rivers have been completed, and other key projects are also underway. And it's just beautiful, all that Honorable Minister has said, including 161 projects in the education sector. Minister, it's so much that you've given us today, and I believe we are in a good position to spread the word and let people know that when it comes to development, it's not just about what happens in Accra or what we see within the bureaucratic sectors in the capital, but a lot is happening in the regions. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. On that note, I will open the floor for Q&As. If you have any question, kindly show by hand. The microphone will be brought to you. You mention your name and media house and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, Mr.
Lance. Thank you very much, Doctor. Upper West is my home. I have so much roots in the Upper West region, and staying there and seeing some of the things happening in the past few years, I'm really impressed with developments in the region. However, there was one thing Minister did not really mention, which I follow your Facebook page a lot, and some of the activities you undertake in the region, I really do follow. Recently, the region was in the news for the wrong reasons that had to do with the unfortunate killings of some security men in the region. How far has investigations gone? I know you've been engaging the security agencies in the region. Has anyone been arrested? Has prosecution started? And the families, how is the RCC making sure that the families are doing well after the traumatic killings of their relatives? Another road that was not mentioned is the Tumu to Bolga road. The Tumu Bolga road is an important road that links the two regions, Upper East and Upper West. How far with the works on that road? And Upper West will be 40 years next year. Any specific activities earmarked for the celebrations of the anniversary? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Mr. Lanza. Okay, so Nana focus on this. Musa Lanza.
Yes, Honorable Minister, good afternoon. Yeah. Some time ago, I did a story about a place in Nadolo Kalio where some young children were doing serious galamsey without going to school. I don't know if you are aware, and what have you done about it? Because they were doing this kind of galamsey and not attending school. I did a story about that. And Honorable Minister, what is happening at the revenue mobilization front? Because when you were speaking, you only mentioned government, this assembly command fund and other things. What are you doing, as it were, to mobilize revenue to support the government revenue money that comes in? And then you also mentioned that people should come to the region to invest. What must we come and invest in? What do you have there? Other regions, I'm saying they have gold deposit, they have iron, they have that, but I do not specifically mention any particular thing that somebody must come in the region and invest in it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. We can take a few more. Okay.
Honorable Minister, thanks so much. That was an insightful presentation. A report for the Daily Statesman, I'm Bright Philip Donko. You admitted that on health, there is high mortality and then, high maternal and then infant mortality. So as a regional minister, what are you doing with the regional health directorate to ensure that this situation is brought to the barest minimum. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We can take 2 more if there are any hands. Okay. I think that will be the last question, so I'll call Honorable Minister to bring his responses.
Thank you very much. My brother Musa Lansa wants to know what is happening with regard to the recent unfortunate incidents in the region. Yes, I am the chairman of the Regional Security Council, and I'm privileged to have certain information. But as you may be aware, the lead agency that is investigating these unfortunate incidents is the Ghana Police Service. And I am quite aware that they are doing a lot of work. So far, 27 arrests have been made. All of them have been put before the law court, and the court has granted 20 of them bail. 7 are in custody, and investigations are still ongoing. Like I indicated, I would not want to do anything that will mar the work of the Ghana Police Service. But what I want to assure the people of this country is that we are very much on top of what is happening. And recently, during his visit to the Upper West region, the National Security Minister indicated that we are closing in on the perpetrators, and that was after he had received briefing from us members of the Regional Security Council. So we are on top of our game. That is why the Upper West is peaceful. Since 16th September, nothing untoward has happened in the Upper West region. And government is also doing its part. Like I indicated, we now have 410 policemen and women who are on operation in the region. And just about 2 weeks ago, National Security Minister donated some logistics to beef up security in the region. So sooner than later, we will come out with what we have been doing, but I would not want to preempt the efforts of the Ghana Police Service. You also want to know about the Tumu-Bolga road. Yes, it's on contract. Mawums is working on that stretch of road. 15 kilometers to Tumu, he's the one working on it. And I am in discussion with the Minister for Roads and Highways so that we get the entire stretch of the road done. So we are working on it. Then Upper West will be 40 years next year. Yes. His Excellency Flight Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings, through PNDC decree, created the Upper West region on 14th January 1983. So next year will be 40 years. And as you are aware, 40 years is not a landmark year. So therefore, we are not going to have anything big. We're going to celebrate it, but I have constituted a committee chaired by now Professor Daniel Baga to come up with a proposal. They are supposed to present their report to me on or before the 22nd of this month, so that I will present it to the Regional Coordinating Council, so that if they approve of it, whatever they come out with, then we will go ahead. We will mark it, but it's not going to be in a grand style. We will pray that God will grant us life and good health, so that we will all be there when Upper West will be 50 years. That is when we shall have a grand ceremony. But for 40, we shall commemorate it. Yes, Galamsey in Nadoli Keleo. Yes, it's one of the, Nadoli Keleo is one of the places where we have Galamsey. But together with DISEC, we have been able to bring the situation to if not eradicated it, but brought it to the barest minimum. So we ensure that kids do not go out there, vacate school, and do about loitering. It's still in existence, but we've brought it to the barest minimum. Our eyes are opened and we are watching. We don't want Galamsey activities to take place in any part of the region. So we are working at it. Revenue mobilization. I believe strongly that the chief executives, together with their respective assemblies, are doing their best to ensure that they are able to mobilize resources. Some of the projects that are enumerated upon are done together with the support of IGF. It's just that in presentations, it is not everything that you can mention. But I want to indicate that I know that some of these projects have been supported with funds from IGF. Upper West has a basket of products that would-be investors can come to the region and invest in. We have tourist potential in the tourism sector. We have a huge potential. I mentioned some of them, and if investors come, they can invest in that area. Our strength lie in the agri sector, maize production, millet, soya, rice. These are all areas that we have huge potentials. And I want to employ on the good people of this country to consider the Upper West if they want to come and then invest. There was a question on health. I will defer that to the Regional Director of Health Services, Dr. Demiel. You come and then respond to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, and thank you for the opportunity to clarify the issue on high maternal mortality and perinatal deaths. Yes, so the Minister mentioned that the maternal mortality actually declined from 118 per 100,000 live births in 2016 to 65 per 100,000 live births in 2021. And then perinatal mortality actually went up from 8.6 per 1,000 live births to 10 per 1,000 live births. Certainly, no maternal death is acceptable, and that is why we still consider it to be high. And so, what is the region doing? Currently, what we're doing is building the capacity of the health workforce. There's a lot of training ongoing at the regional and district level to build the capacity of the health staff who have been engaged to work in the region in maternal and newborn care. We're also working with partners to work on some quality improvement initiatives where they identify gaps in the health service delivery. Questions are asked. We model interventions to address those critical needs. We're also sending, staff for further training in certain critical areas like specialized nurses in maternal and child health, doctors going to do pediatrics, and some of them are coming, obstetrician, gynecologists. Some have come, others are currently in school. just to be able to build up the human resource base of the region. The region, too, has also been zoned. If you look at the map, it's quite big. So it's been zoned into 3. We have the eastern zone, that is where the Sisala areas, Sisala East, West, then that is the DBI. Then the western zone, comprising Nandom, Jirapa, Lambusie, and then the central zone, where we have divided the specialists who are in, the gynecologists and the pediatricians, to have quarterly meetings with the staff in those areas, where their capacity gaps are identified and then they are built and addressed. Any death that occurs, they go to the facility level to try to see what really went wrong. And then they identify the causes and then address them to prevent further loss of lives. Again, you will appreciate that when the minister made a presentation, he outlined a number of health initiatives. CHIPS compounds, health centers have sprung up. And you agree with me that once these facilities are becoming functional, they take care of people exactly where they live and work. So they don't have to travel long distances to access healthcare delivery. Improvement in the road networks. You talked about the Kulung and those areas. Previously, during rainy season, they couldn't cross. So what happened to a woman who was in labor across the waters? They basically were left onto their own, and the health staff who were just there. So when it's beyond their level, they cannot cross. But with these road networks improving, certainly indirectly it's leading to what? Improvement in healthcare delivery. The one constituency, one ambulance is also facilitating the transportation of people. And recently, I think with support from Northern Development Authority, each district has received 2 tricycle ambulances. Some of the communities are still, far and difficult to reach. So during the rainy season, sometimes ambulances are not able to go. So with these tricycle ambulances, they can meander their way and bring all pregnant women and newborn who need care to the bigger health facilities to access care. So these are the things that we're doing to be able to bring down the numbers further. So thank you very much.
Okay, so please, if you have any question, we'll take follow-up questions. If there are no questions, I will invite the Honorable Minister for his concluding remarks, and then we draw the curtain on today's program.
Well, I don't know whether you permit me. In my closing, I spoke Wali, and I indicated that in the Upper West, there are 3 main ethnic groups. If you allow me, just give 2 minutes to Madam Aisha to speak in Sesale, and then Weija will speak in Dagari. Yes, so before I come to give my closing remarks. So, yeah. Briefly, please. Just come.
On behalf of Regional Minister Njambole, Njambole Neru Hajegelire.
Oh, you don't know what I said. What I said, just say it briefly.
That's exactly what I'm doing. So, local halara lako, I will wear malaha sasala ko Upper West la with the Tamama government had some. Kuru hapelala we malaha la wola mwale education la Minister World Health we are Minister World Security we are Minister World Canal Omi or Wola we are government had some ren la Upper West for happy before 2016, end of 2016, President happy from 2017. Akuko Jeno, Tatama Mohatma Ali, Omi, Lale Wea, Odaka Bare, Adakala Lolly Han Makae, Kawal, we don't ha Agana la, Ableru, Arakala Kankunkola, open defecation free, Re, in Bene Ghana la. Leru to a district to han open defecation free. Ama Upper West lekan 2 districts, lekan Nandong open defecation free, Nadoli open defecation free. So ka obole la we mawu ka wole re where have a kurwa are in here are technocrats ama banu wo pe president Larry MPP agenda lele wo kuperpera ha opo omi ni ama boss question ba so ni edanga sire la nya sasala ni dia wol la omi we are all problem la cha sa tinu odakala ko kerire Upper West la pare sasala korimia la ken korimia aflatoxic free korimia ni haja so la mabi don se wol but then will we will capable sasala omi we wola obuwere any minister say explain will wolare Laura akamo perisala omi amomu na vrongo so explain narma se wulala revenue we are nabarala revenue and we also we are more hadaka wulala government IGF pere so MMDCs ama ma elama alama pere so okan we maka chakase pala ka bol lewu so in queen we are malaha ko hon hala abosoma bosomere iba lole.
Yamanton chele bene chele. Chele sana na yire aka Accra. As a honorable regional minister when aka manton yana se bialo na sowa. Na sowa kwa yar char al asem jina abe a Upper West region. We yara yesu yo no char a soy al se san excellence na de danko akufa donation ka Upper West ba and year 2017 what eta adiana. We will allow us as a sanation cayu. Normally, we will allow Lanfia tomorrow a jeer as a sanation cayu. Comella will as a Kumalombo, a la center of Cornish in your Upper West region. Normally, will allow as in Jenna, a Lanfia Upper West region pop. Garaja at that Diana, saying when I Upper West region in Donna Beawa. As a son, his excellence and another don't call for the Venaka police say, Abayi aka Accra nabati abe awa, nabati venka jepa as a jaya jene. Alejum yesu yo yena, yesu yo sona, ka as a jen alamfia po abe Upper West region. Umele bila a school lombo, alle a school member, alle a school member, a school ye. Ne adakorse na ala jaya assistant president ni son kanya malfo abe a Upper West region asile chen alamfie lombor umeleti wila le HS compound na ala jaya na mbe ka la fie gie no mele wil ala a pone do tukbi bia biblen ba ma do kupi ala jaya wila emele wila la assistant president ni son ka yise nyana ka bale ira Upper West region anyana jala wo wa kana montonya se bio ko wa no wa ya and render ya wena nyana yesu yone ire awa Upper West region se jan la fie yele ya ba don sia ko ga se ma a yele blanc ne as yar na se ko yi wena yesu on pour yo ya na cha.
Thank you very much. I hope the male chief executives who are here will not say that I've discriminated against you. So, thank you very much, my friends, the media people. It's a pleasure to be here together with members of my team to give an update of some of the development interventions that have been executed by the government of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. We were restricted to only 3 areas. If not, the story is far more than what we have told today. It is my prayer and hope that the Ministry of Information will continue to create platforms of this nature for us to tell the nation what has been happening in the regions. People think that Accra is Ghana. Accra is not Ghana. Upper West is part of Ghana. It is the regions that come together to constitute the Republic of Ghana. So please, always try as much as possible to always send people to the regions to do stories on development and other challenges that confront us in the periphery. So I thank the ministry for this opportunity. Once again, I want to thank the chiefs and people of the Upper West region who have supported us, the people His Excellency has appointed to provide that exceptional leadership needed for the development and advancement of the region. Honestly, I have enjoyed the support and cooperation of our traditional rulers as well as religious leaders and the generality of the people of the Upper West region. And also the support from technocrats, the chief director and the other heads of departments is tremendous. That is why we have been able to get this far. So I thank all of them for their support and cooperation. And I believe strongly that going ahead, the Upper West region will continue to benefit from the National Development Kitty. We shall liaise with our colleague ministers so that we get our fair share of development. And I want to assure all and sundry that I will continue to provide that exceptional leadership needed for the development of Upper West region. Upper West region is the only place we have, and nobody will come and develop it for us. We have to brighten the corner where we are. But I want to use this opportunity to call on all and sundry that there are investment opportunities in the Upper West region. Agri sector, we have a huge potential. Tourism sector, we have a huge potential. Please come to the Upper West, invest, and you will not regret doing that. Thank you very much. Ya antele munamal tiyala ya baraka ya gaja. Assalamu alaikum.
On behalf of the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo-Oppong Nkrumah, my own behalf, and also management and staff here at the Ministry of Information, I would like to thank you, Honorable Minister, and your delegation for making time to join us on a Sunday afternoon. It is our prayer that we do this again. And most importantly, if we are able to take it to the regions so that we can get a lot more community participation and also participation from your local media. So thank you so much for this first phase. Your cooperation means so much to us. And we are also learning as you come forward to share so much information about your beautiful regions. So I would also plead with our friends from the media to carry us along. You have the platforms. So as you heard the minister, please spread the word. Let us invite people to come to the Upper West region, to invest in the Upper West region so that we can bring development to the people. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
We are saying that when the Speaker of Parliament assumes office as President as a result of the resignation of Akufo-Addo and Bawumia, he must take steps to cushion the Ghanaian. Times are hard, isn't it? Petrol prices have gone up, isn't it? Lorry fare has gone up, isn't it? So what are we experiencing now? Teachers are suffering. Demonstrators are suffering. Lawyers are suffering. Market women are suffering. Journalists are suffering. Police are suffering. Soldiers are suffering. And so on and so forth. So once we are all suffering, when the speaker takes over, he must roll out plans, reduce some of the taxes, take and find other innovative means to make sure that the prices of basic commodities and petrol come down. Then number 3, the speaker has to take steps to make sure that the cedi is strengthened, because right now, as we are all aware, the cedi is the worst currency in Africa. Yes, and also in the world. So people have said that even in Afghanistan, where the Taliban are in charge, their currency is doing better than the cedi. Why? Yeah? Okay, so we are also making the point that once we've gathered here as citizens and we've expressed our disgust at the obscene thievery, at the obscene corruption, at the obscene conflict of interest, it means that Akufo-Addo, Bawumia, and Ofori-Atta must resign. Nana must.
When I was young, we did not have the same kind of social media that we have today. We've always had social media. Conversation is social media. So people would gather under a tree and converse and all that. So it's not like we did not have any social interaction, but the medium was different. So today we have it on our phones.
With just a click, anyone can access TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and a host of other social media applications, of course, on a smartphone. Defined by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary as any form of electronic communication through which users create online communities to share information, ideas, personal messages, and other content, social media, since its invention and introduction in 1997, has become the new trend. Now, 9 out of 10 internet users use social media, according to global statistics. Data provided by the Ghana Statistical Service indicates that the country currently has a population of 30.8 million people. Out of this number, some 15.7 million are internet users. A further breakdown by Statistica.com shows that 8.2 million out of the 15.7 million are social media users. This figure represents a 2.2 million increase in January 2021 from the 6 million figure in 2020. From these figures, one thing is clear: social media has come to stay.
Social media has virtually been encoded into everyday life. Social media is now a space you cannot escape from. It's like wherever you pass, there is an element of social media, not necessarily an app, but infused in everyday life.
As the new normal, social media is increasingly becoming more addictive, with new apps emerging every day. But what do people use social media for?
It's a platform for interaction. So I keep in touch with my friends, colleagues all over the world.
I use it to build my vocabs. As you can see, I'm doing some idioms on my tablet. So it helps me to build my English, my reading.
Social media, mainly I use it to communicate with my friends and get to know what's happening in the world?
Most often I am with my phone, and I am very much online, reading, trying to read interesting content, most importantly, sports detail.
I'm able to interact with our listeners every day, those that are contributing via WhatsApp, Twitter, or Facebook. I make money from there, because if I post snippets of interviews and jobs that I've done, I get reaction from people who would want to call in.
So there's those whose primary source of fun is social media, and there are those who use social media platforms to gain knowledge. How much of the latter is happening? Research around the world shows there's a direct link between social media and declining reading habits across all ages, but for especially the youth category, the statistics are staggering. Considering the youth form a relatively greater percentage of social media users, this has become increasingly concerning. A study conducted on the University College London on 11,000 children tracked from their birth in 2000, for instance, found that social media could be distracting them from reading and homework, with a potential knock-on effect on their literacy. The American Time Use Survey's latest figures also indicates that the number of Americans who read for pleasure each day has reduced by 30% since 2004. And in Nigeria, a 2018 study by Samson Oyeniyi Akonde and Rachel Eyeranti Oyedapo of the University of Ibadan and Obafemi Awolowo University respectively on the impact of social media on senior high school students in Nigeria concluded that the use of social media has constituted a great havoc on the reading culture of high school students. So, I sought to find out what Ghana's situation was. Is social media having an impact on the reading habits of the youth? If it is this impact positive or negative? At the Koforidua Polytechnic, for instance, a study by Michael Owusu-Echiang on social media usage and its impact on reading habits revealed that there is a direct linkage between time spent on social media and reading habits, and that the constant use of social media leads to low reading habits. Another study by Ekia Santwa Aforo at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to determine the influence of social media on academic reading of students in tertiary institutions in Ghana revealed that the use of social media among some students in tertiary institutions in Ghana does not augur well for their academic performance, despite many benefits it could provide. These concerns have been reiterated by some learned persons who believe times have changed, considering patterns as it was in their time. Professor of Linguistics at the University of Ghana, Professor Kofi Ejekum, for instance, believes the youth today are more inclined towards getting quick information from social media than reading wide.
If people are tuned to social media and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read.
Former chairman of the Ghana Writers Association, Nana Kwesi Jan Apenteng, had a more practical reason for his concern. He explained how things were in the past and how they have evolved.
Indeed, we read a lot of newspapers, because newspapers came in different shapes, and weekend papers, magazines, they were all there. When I was young, if you sat in the trotro, everybody would have a newspaper, a magazine, or a book. The fact that today you don't see those, and you see more everybody with their necks craned and looking at their phones and doing social media interactions, would suggest to me, even anecdotally, without any scientific research, would suggest that people are reading less.
genuine concerns, but Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Library Authority had a varying opinion. First, he said, the low reading habits of Ghanaians has been a thing that existed even before the introduction of social media.
In the late 60s and early 70s, a research was done by the British Council, Ghana Library Authority, and the Ministry of Education to really understand why Ghanaians are not reading. And so anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true. Ghana has never been a reading nation. And even if you check our annual report from the 1950s, it was evident that our libraries were being patronized by the expats.
And then he quoted figures as recorded by his institution for the past 5 years that indicate a rather significant increase in reading habits of children and moderate figures for the youth in recent times.
The United Nations will tell you between the age of 14 to 24. So if you want to take the age bracket, yes, they constitute the second majority of audience who patronize our library services. But the huge majority, which is about 60%, are the children. And then you could probably have, about, 25% being the youth, people that are in the senior high schools and tertiary institutions, looking for some resources. So they fall within that bracket. And then you have the adult population that also comes also to use the public library space. If you look at the data from 2016, library membership across the country was 7,246. And then in 2021, library membership alone is 44,234. So that's like a 600% increase. So that's really the trend we've recorded over the last few years.
So I got the views of some youth to get a first-hand picture of the situation on the ground. Are they reading? I spoke to students at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School, Legon, and the University of Ghana.
Every day, I think I should read something, a passage, an article, something, but then I do read every day.
Personally, I have keen interest in history, and I always want to have broad knowledge about stuffs. So, for instance, anywhere I find myself, whether being in a car or whatever, anything I see around, at least, I try getting a little knowledge about it. So that ushers me into liking more reading.
And then some teaching assistants at the University of Ghana who explained what they have observed has become the norm with students they teach and interact with.
More people are getting addicted to social media, and in forms that are more like music and videos, games, all those things like texting, but it doesn't really give people the time to, I want to sit down, go through a book, unless of course they make like a conscious effort, a deliberate effort to say that, okay, I want to take this time to read.
What we see as teachers, I should say, that only course materials that are required of them, that we see them trying to get knowledge from. But to actually go the extent of reading those things online, it is very difficult, unless maybe they want to seek more knowledge to do an assignment, these IAs you are talking about, unless maybe there are websites that they have to go to tap knowledge and then use that idea to answer those questions. But for a general view or for their personal use, that they are going on social media to read things that's educative, you don't see often.
I probed more to answer this question. Why is social media becoming more popular among the youth?
Social media has something that it connects to my habit of reading. If you ask me why I read, I'll tell you it's more about curiosity. I'm a very curious person. So every now and then I keep asking myself questions. And I find the intersection of social media and reading as a means to answer those questions. So sometimes I would see something in the news and it will trigger an interest to go and read about it. And that's one way to look at it.
It's fun. It's an experience. Social media is live. It's just become a culture that has basically come to stay. We're all accustomed to using social media. Everybody is okay with using social media. And the thing with social media is social media doesn't have boundaries. There's no language barrier, unlike with books. So that's, everybody finds it more easier, feels comfortable, feels like themselves on social media. People's experiences, getting to interact with people everywhere. Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
A visit to the Accra Central Library revealed more. Ordinarily, the library is a place for leisure reading, academic reading, a place for acquiring knowledge and referencing. But librarians at the Accra Library, Ghana's oldest library, told us though patronage is high on the part of children, the facility is gradually becoming a place for referencing and academic reading for the youth.
We have the SHS class. They come to always use our academic books. And we also have the adult class. I would term them as the working class. They come to they usually use our history collection and then also the fiction collection. That's what the adults group, that's the working class, they come to, the books that they come to use. For the SHS group, they don't really come here to read outside the academic category. Mostly the ladies, they sometimes come and then they will see them reading some of the fiction books. So sometimes you will get some of the SHS females reading fiction books, but on a scale of 10, over 6.5, they will come for academic books.
These students who were visiting the library told us why they were there.
I come here to study. I read storybooks and other things, novels and those things. So it's helpful.
I work in school at the same time, so normally I use my lunch hours to come here to solve some questions. Yeah, so basically to study. I love to read, but of late I don't read because I have limited time. My social media, I would say like 4% or 3%. Yeah, because combining these two, like as I mean, so I have to use my lunch hour to come here. I don't even have the time. Yeah, so normally the little time I have, I invest them into my in either reading, which I barely do of late.
According to Mr. Hayford Siang, a decline in the book stock in the country's libraries contributed to a massive decline in patronage for about 5 years till 2016, when there was a revamp and subsequently a translating increase in patronage.
In 1981, Ghana had about 36 public libraries across the country. And guess the number of books that was on the shelves of public libraries. Can you guess? We had 1,049,526 books on the shelves of these 36 libraries across the country. Fast forward into 2016, we had increased the number of libraries to 61. Guess the number of books on the shelves of public libraries in the country. 349,941. Does it ring a bell? Yeah. A very significant drop. So that is why over the years you will probably have heard Ghanaian children are not reading. You know, we don't see about libraries. It's because the shelves of public libraries in the country were empty. So if you send your child to the library space and they don't find the resources there, the Diary of the Wimpy Kids, they are not on the shelves. Now all the children, they are reading Diary of the Wimpy Kids. If a child goes to the library and they don't find it on the shelves, do you think they will be motivated to go to the library again? No. Now, over the past 4 years, we've increased the number of books now to 1,195,008 books on the shelves of public libraries. And that is why you've also seen a corresponding increase in the number of people that visit.
That's one way to look at it. But now, There are electronic books which are accessible on many social media platforms. It is for this reason Mr. Siao argues that social media, contrary to assertions that it is increasing the trend of lazy reading, has rather made reading much easier and access to learning materials more stress-free.
I strongly believe that social media has amplified and has also helped to increase the level of reading of our citizens. Because in those days, consumption of text now through electronic devices is high, and information is rapidly evolving and is moving at a faster pace than ever before. And I think our citizens are getting preoccupied with reading this text or consuming these text resources from electronic devices. Don't assume that because they don't sit to pick a book from the shelf and read, they are not building a lifestyle of reading, or they are not consuming information. The question we have to ask is that, are our citizens consuming the relevant materials? That should be the question. Are the content that they are consuming through social media, is this something that is bringing value to them?
I think it's about the period, because it cannot be the case also that those who did not have the distraction of social media prove to be better readers, more intelligent people. It may not be the case, because today a lot more young people have access to information far more than the older generation could ever get. That is also because of access. So I think it's a time thing. And if you were born in this period, this generation, as a student, any other thing, you would really learn the ropes of how to still deliver and fulfill your responsibilities, duties as someone who is integrated into the social media culture, and also as someone who is a student who loves reading and all of that. So there's room for all of that. I mean, these days, if you take, iPads, mobile phones, people have files, tons of reading materials on those platforms. There are people who find it very difficult, for me personally, apart from maybe philosophy books, because there's something with the nature of those books, how old they are, and it feels nice when you are reading them physically like that. Otherwise, given the option, I would always choose a soft copy over a hard copy.
Nana Kwesi Jan Apinting disagrees to some extent. Yes, social media is a good place to read, but distraction on this platform is inevitable, particularly with the abundance of apps.
I'm not saying people should only read hard copy.
Yeah.
They can read, but they don't. And the reason we don't, not even they, we all don't read as much as, is because when you take a book, there's no other purpose than to read. You know, if you have a conversation, an internal dialogue is with the book. But this one does so many different things. So I may come and sit in this nice place with a view to read a book, but then I'll see this view and I've got a camera. So before I know, I've become a cameraman and I'm taking pictures. It has music on it. Before I know, I'm listening to music. So if I take a book, the book is not going to play music to me. The book is not going to distract me from reading it. In fact, when I take a book, I am going to read it. It is for that reason that we advocate that even though you can read on the electronic copy, on your phones and tablets and laptops and all that, in fact, to cultivate the reading culture, it is better to use hard copy books, as we know, so that you form the habit.
But for Joshua and Daniel, many of the youth today have either not discovered the beneficial sides of social media as far as knowledge acquisition is concerned, or they prefer the entertainment and fun side.
I believe that a lot of youth today haven't cultivated the habit of reading from their early days, and so they don't have any other option but to go where they feel they can get enjoyment. But then here's my take. They don't understand what they read most of the time, especially when it comes to pertinent issues that affects our daily living. And so they just go there for entertainment purposes without actually getting the benefits one can obtain from the usage of social media.
For people who are very much interested in reading and very much aware of the fact that the world is changing, they have to keep up with global trends. I think these people would want to capitalize on social media to augment their knowledge base. But for those who they aren't even interested in reading, they feel, okay, then social media is the place that I can just go post pictures of myself, you know, do all kind of things. To some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular. And that's a very real issue.
Daniel also mentioned the role society appears to be playing in subtly determining the focus and interest of the youth as far as social media content is concerned. He believes many young persons have become more inclined to consuming entertainment-related content because it is what society has made them believe makes more waves.
We've evolved as a society, and we are a reflection of the kind of society that we're living. So if you live in a society where social media is more or less like something that everyone wants to have, and everyone goes there to show what they've got, and everyone is like, okay, do you have a social media account? Why do you have a social media account? Very few people will tell you because I want to get information from there. But most people look at social media from the angle of popularity, going out there to show what they have and all of that. So, you know, our current society has a reflection on how we think about some of these things.
Okay.
And you realize that at the end, reading is pushed to the background.
After all the views, one thing was very important: the way forward. And I got varied opinions from the experts and some youth alike. First, though, these youth told me how influential their parents have been in the development of their reading habits.
I picked one for my dad. My dad is growing older, but still he likes reading. And then not him alone. With my, I think, was it primary 2, primary 3 thereabouts, I was very dull. I was more than the weakest student. And I had this very teacher, Cornelius. I always praise him anywhere I find myself, that he inculcated into some of us this habit.
My mom was a seamstress, what we call now, in the past we call adieye. Growing up, my mom was not educated, and so she realized that the only way she could develop her kids' was to get them things like books. So even though she could not read, mostly anytime she's coming back from her normal vocation, she will bring along books she couldn't read. And you could imagine that sometimes she sits beside you when you're doing your homework. She has no idea what you're doing, but she says, oh, this thing, you should have done this. She has no clue. So for me, it was more of my mom.
And the solutions came one after the other.
With children, give them the feel of real books.
Okay.
When they grow up, they would love books. And then even if they have to add books electronically and all that, they would already want to acquire knowledge and information through books. A book is a whole phenomenon. It is not just you go online and Yabroni and the latest gossip thing, you know. We all like gossip. We all read a bit of gossip, you know. And Efra Schwarzenegger has said this and that. But those are not books. So people are reading, but we want them to cultivate the habit of reading a book from beginning to the end, challenging themselves to acquire their knowledge and information in that systematic way.
In leveraging social media, people can follow very strategic people in society, not necessarily in Ghana, but what ideally you wouldn't have gotten on a silver platter. I told a gentleman not too long ago that I skip all Ghanaian content on TikTok. It sounds a bit discriminatory, but I told him I didn't care because they were not adding any value. And the algorithm is so intelligent that it has realized that I really don't enjoy Ghanaian content because it's all kinds of things. People displaying all kinds of things I cannot say on record. But when you follow some other platforms on the same TikTok, people are teaching you how to use Excel. People are teaching you how your laptop works. Social media will provide you with that space where hitherto what you would have struggled to mobilize, it presents it to you on a silver platter. But then of course you must know how to harness that plethora of what energy that is given to you on that mere foot.
Ghana's literacy rate, according to Statistica.com, grew by a massive 21% from the 57.9% figure in 2000 to 79.4% in 2018. Is this reflective of the general reading habits of the youth? What can be done?
Honourable members, prayers. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in Thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the levers of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and Thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen.
Honourable members, we proceed to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Shall start with the votes and proceedings of Friday, 4th November 2022. Can I have some order in the House, please? Page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honourable Deputy Leader.
Speaker, sorry, to bring you back to page 7. I think this issue has come up for the last week on item 14 and then 11. The Honourable Member of Parliament for Hohoi and then the Majority Chief Whip. They have sought permission and they were on official duties, but it keeps appearing absent. I think Majority Leader raised this issue last week. So the table office will take note of that as it continues appearing absent.
I know about the Honourable Chief Whip, but what is it about the Honourable Minister for Railways Development?
Speaker, he is also on official duties, and a leave permission was brought to the caucus, and we have actually signed it and sent it to the Speaker, and Mr. Speaker was not present by then.
Very well. I'm advised by the table office that the requests are still at the Mr. Speaker's office. When it comes to the table office, they will effect the corrections. Page 8. Page 9. Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I may not have the full facts. Dr. Emmanuel Mafo, item 43. You know, Mr. Speaker, at IPU, he was privileged to be made chairman of this COP27 Vulnerable Groups Chair. So I believe that he is in Egypt officially playing some role, but I won't know how information about his travel may have happened. But we gave him a role to play at COP27 on behalf of the IPU and Ghana as chair of a particular group. So if table can take notes and police his leave of absence and know what it is, I'm sure he would have done what is needful per our procedure. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The table office will take note. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Yes, Honourable Member for South Day. Speaker, thank you. Page 25, the last item, Mr. Evans Che entry. I think I is missing from the entry. If the table office can take note. Che entry. Entry, yes. Very well. Evans Che entry. Thank you. Very well. The table office should take note. Any further correction? Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34. Honorable Member for Otafu, are you on your feet? Page 35, page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, page 40, page 41, 42, 43, page 44, page 45, page 46, page 47, page 48, page 49, page 50. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 8th sitting held on Friday, 4th November 2022 are adopted as the true record of proceedings. Honourable members, I have the pleasure to introduce to you a delegation of members of the Public Accounts Committee on Local Government of the Parliament of Uganda, who are on a 5-day study visit to Ghana. The delegation are here, among other things, to interact with their counterparts, gain in-depth knowledge on the workings of the public accounts and local government committees, exchange ideas, and learn best practice as far as the operations of the respective committees are concerned. The visit is further intended to create the platform for networking between honourable members and Ugandan counterparts with an aim to deepening relations between the two legislatures. The delegation is made up of Honorable Beakatunda Abdulu, the leader of the delegation, Honorable Carla Kevin Ojinga, Honorable Kawalia Abubakar, Honorable Lokwang Phillips Ikuko, Honorable Paparu Lilian Ubiale, Honorable Remulike Ibanda, Miss Nanyonjo Sylvia, the research officer, Mr. Nwabene Josephat, auditor, Mr. Kunya Willis Salongo, auditor. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, I welcome the delegation to Parliament and I wish them fruitful deliberations. Thank you. Now, members, we move to question time. Item number 5. The Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports is slated to answer a number of questions. If he is here, you may take your seat, Honorable. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I was going to seek your indulgence if the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports will take no objection to allow the Minister for the Oti region probably to answer question number 1476 before we come to the Minister for Youth and Sports. I've discussed it with the available leader and Deputy Whip. Mr. Speaker, we further agreed that he can answer the question from where he is. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that he just takes that one question and then we come back to the Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports. Mr. Speaker, if it so pleases you.
Yes, available leader. What is your reaction?
No objection, Speaker. That was the agreement.
Very well. Honorable Minister for Youth and Sports, kindly give the opportunity to our regional minister. But I suggest that he takes the seat for answering questions. He can answer from his seat if he so desires. But kindly move forward to the seat by the leader's seat. First, I'll ask him if it's okay for him to come and stand here. Otherwise, he can answer from his seat. Very well. Then, question number 1476, in the name of the Honorable Member for Buem, Mr. Kofi Idi Adams. You may ask your question now, please.
Thank you very much, Speaker. So, Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Oti region why he ordered for the uprooting of 3 seedlings planted by officials of NDC in Nkwanta SHS on Saturday, 4th June 2022, in response to the Green Ghana project instituted by government. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister for the Oti region, I have never asked anybody to uproot any 3 seedlings planted by the NDC officials in Nkwanta SHS.
Yes, Honorable. Honorable members, order. Yes, Honorable Minister, if you have any follow-up questions.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity for a follow-up. May I find out from the Minister whether he ordered for uprooting of seedlings in a secondary school in Nkwanta?
He has answered that question.
It's a different secondary school.
It's a follow-up, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members.
Any secondary school at all.
Honourable members, the question before the House, which the Honourable member is permitted to do a follow-up to, as if he ordered the uprooting of trees planted by NDC officials in Nkwanta SHS on June 4th. All follow-up questions must be related to this one. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking a follow-up whether the minister is being truthful that he did not order for uprooting of tree seedlings planted by the NDC in Nkwanta Secondary School.
SHS is the same as secondary school. He has answered that.
Mr. Speaker, when ministers in their regions perform functions, well, he himself knows that what he did possibly is wrong, so he's trying to deny the fact that he ordered for uprooting of seedlings. The people of Otirigin and Nkwanta are watching him live, and they will know where the truth lies. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister, thank you very much for attending upon the House to answer the question. You are discharged. You are discharged. Honourable members, the rule that constituency-specific questions will not be extended is strictly applied. Yes, Honourable Minister, for you to respond, you may take your seat now. Question number 1286 by the Honourable Member for Southon, Mr. Kwabna Sanwe. You may ask your question now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports how the ministry engaged the services of Ego tickets and whether the said entity has met the expectations of the ministry.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in line with Government of Ghana digitization agenda, the Ministry of Youth and Sports decided to pilot the digitization of the issuance of tickets for the match involving the Black Stars. In view of this, the Ministry undertook e-ticketing that was piloted at the first leg of the FIFA World Cup playoff between Ghana and Nigeria in Kumasi. Our objective was intended to test the effectiveness and efficiency of the e-ticketing of sports facilities, sports activities within the Ghanaian terrain. As in any other public sector institution, the ministry engaged stakeholders, including officials of the ongoing e-government project. It was identified that the e-government platform could be used as a trial based on the convenience of the ministry. Upon discussion with the e-government team, piloted the e-ticket with the help of the e-go ticket on the e-government platform. As the rollout of the e-ticketing was done and has been largely successful, the ministry is exploring all possibilities within the confines of the law to engage a suitable service provider to sustain the e-ticketing of sporting activities in Ghana. Despite the limitation the e-ticketing significantly improved the availability and accessibility of tickets to the match. It also improved attendance experience at the stadium by eliminating constraints in the system and the distribution. Further, it boosted revenue generated from the sales of the tickets by eliminating malfeasance in the whole value chain. There was also just-in-time sales monitoring by all stakeholders. Lastly, and not the least, there was also cost reduction in the printing of the tickets. Mr. Speaker, to answer the second part of the question, I must say that there were few challenges associated with the trials. However, it looked normal for every new situation, but largely the rollout was very, very successful. Considering the large number of acquisition of the e-tickets on the day of the match, I must therefore say that the piloting was actually met our expectation. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the Minister's answer in paragraph 3, indicated that the e-ticketing has been largely successful. Why then is the Ministry exploring possibilities of engaging other service providers?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I indicated that we use the .gov, the e-government platform, with the support of other stakeholders. And the e-government platform gives opportunity for us to engage technicians. So we are exploring the opportunities of engaging people, vendors who can support us to operate on that platform. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does it mean that the Ministry engaged the service of e-governance outside the law?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the e-government platform is a government platform supported by technicians and all government agencies on that platform. When you are going to go onto a digitalization drive, you engage all the stakeholders involved. When there is the need for you to engage a third party, you still can do so through the e-government platform. But that's what I'm saying. The piloting was done by not engaging any third party, but we use the e-government platform in executing the pilot, and it was largely successful, as you can attest to. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister admitted that in, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth paragraph, that he says that I'm a quote. I must say that there were few challenges associated with the trials of the entire system. So can the Minister finish this house with some of the challenges associated with the trial?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the day, one of the challenges that were identified at the day of the match was the gadget that was used to supposed to scan the ticket. Most people came there with a manual card. They printed, instead of just bringing their phone to just scan and be able to be given access to go into the stadium, they still went ahead and printed cards. And people took advantage of that by printing fake cards to get access. And that was one of the challenges that we identified. The other challenge that we also identified is that the revenue that was coming, because of it was a new one, there was also the point of the system breakdown, of which we needed to build upon it. So those are the few challenges that we identified. But we were able to resolve the system immediately to ensure, because of the high volumes of spectators wanted to troop into Kumasi Sports Stadium to be able to watch their stars, there was a heavy load on the system, and the system broke down, but we were able to resolve it. Thank you.
Very well. We will proceed to the next question, which is in the name of the Honorable, well, the same Honorable Mensa Weme of Southern Constituency.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports what the seating capacity of the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is, the number of tickets sold on 25th March 2022, and why the stadium was overfilled, endangering the lives of supporters and spectators. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the existing capacity of the Baba Yara Sports Stadium is about 40,500. However, with the ongoing renovation of the facility, it is expected that the number is going to be increased to 45,000. On the match day between the Black Stars and the Super Eagles of Nigeria, organized on the 25th March 2022 at the stadium, a total number of 42,680 tickets were sold. I must say that all these tickets were sold on the e-tickets. Clearly, the number of tickets sold did not in any way exceed the capacity of the stadium. Mr. Speaker, in the interest and enthusiasm of the Ghanaians for the support of the Black Stars can never be underestimated. It is even more so when the first leg was taking place at the Baba Yara Sports Stadium, a well-noted area of massive football support. As the tickets got finished, the interest of many other enthusiasts increased, and being cautioned of the danger of the excess capacity, no additional tickets were sold out. I was reliably informed that during the match, a teaming spectators at the gate of entry, and the security do not allow entry, and I personally directed the manager of the stadium and all operative to ensure the overcrowding was avoided. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I'm unable to confirm any conscious omission or commission of that sort to endanger the life of supporters and spectators. If there was any of such occurrence, it is not part of the information that we have. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I, as part of building a ground for my next question, is several newspaper reportage on the march, and I'll be able to choose out one for this purpose, and that is from GhanaWeb, and written by Eric Murphy. And the heading for this is Stampede at Black Stars match against Nigeria Super Eagles in Kumasi. And several tabloids held the same view. And Mr. Speaker, my question is, in fact, let me just, for you to appreciate what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, I quote certain portions, and it says, at a point, a section, and I quote, a section of the crowd has to break the southeast gate, causing a stampede. Then goes on to say, although the stadium ticket was sold online, we entreat the skirmishes at the online, skirmishes are part of the game. We entreat football people to put proper measures to curtail such unwanted stampedes. In other write-up, there were people collapsed, 4 persons, not death.
And knowing what happened in the famous stadium disaster, we all have been celebrating every year to remind ourselves of such occurrences, and therefore we take measures. May I ask, from the answer provided by the minister, that your sources of information you need to improve on, or probably what you got by way of information on the entire report is inaccurate. Do you agree with me? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with you. I have authorities working. We have security agencies in this country who are present at the march. We have the national security, we have the police, we have BNI, and there is no any such report of stampede. Just by newspapers' reportage doesn't mean that that is the information, the accurate information. I told you that on that day, because it's a high-tension march between Ghana and Nigeria, and also knowing that that was the also march that will qualify Ghana to Qatar, the entire country was behind the team, and people who do not even have access to tickets came to give their support by standing at the gate. Yes, you might hear that the whole place was packed, but it doesn't mean that there was a stampede there. So for you to say that I don't have information, when you are speaking from a newspaper, it's not on a security agencies reporting that there is any such incident that took place, then it means maybe you don't have the facts, and then not the minister. Thank you.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are just doing our work, and tablets like Joy News reported same, several others, GhanaWeb reported same, and we usually rely on them when owners of the content have been so mentioned. That helps you to investigate. But then in your own answer to the House, you indicated that because of the high level attached to it, did you, and of course you would want to maybe preempt if you included all the personalities and the professionals you have just indicated, that similar situation in terms of overcrowding at the entry point and several other things would have been thought about, and you would have maybe put a measure in place. Did you educate Ghanaians that you are selling e-tickets? Go on the portal ABCD and access tickets. Without it, don't show up at the gate, as a way of providing information to the public. Did you do that? Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, we did. And we did this, and it's a public knowledge and public information. Both the Ministry and the Ghana Football Association did a 1-week campaign of the need for people, those who do not have tickets, not to attend up at the stadium. But like I said, this was a high-level match between Ghana and Nigeria. And being the qualifier, the last leg of qualifying match to go to the World Cup for the fourth time, the entire country was behind the team. And obviously, the whole place was packed, not inside the stadium, but even outside. People just wanted to come and cheer up our blasters. So, yes, to answer your question, there was a massive campaign done on the e-tickets, and I know both social media and also even the radio, there was a massive campaign done to educate the public on the need to come. So that's my response to your question. Thank you.
Very well. Question number 1290. In the name of the Honourable Member for Padaso, Dr. Kinsley Nyaku.
Right Honourable Speaker, with your leave, I would like to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports the status of the ASTOTEP in the Biposo cluster of schools in Kwadaso constituency. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the facility is not under the watch of the Ministry even though we have keen interest in it because it's consistent with our mandate. And indeed, the facility is being constructed by the Middle Belt Development Authority. I will therefore refer the Honourable Member of Parliament to the authorities of the Middle Belt to answer this question. Thank you.
Honourable Speaker, I appreciate the response from the Honourable Minister, my very good friend, but I want to place on record, with all due respect, that on the 19th of January this year, I wrote an official letter to the authority CEO with no response. 14th April this year, at this same, with no response. But
you wrote to which agency?
Middle Belt Development Authority, the CEO. On 2 occasions, I didn't get no response.
Honourable Member, the Minister for Youth and Sports would not be able to comment on that. So
I appreciate that.
I suggest that you leave it here.
I appreciate that. However, I know on the 24th of November of last year, Honourable Suhini asked a similar question, and the ministry gave breakdown of number of astroturfs plus costs from the Middle Belt Development Authority. So I'm surprised that in the case of Weija constituency, this information is not available. For consistency's sake, we need to follow the same pattern.
Do you have that question?
Sorry?
Do you have that question?
Yes, I do have.
What was the question? Can you bring so that? In any case, do you have any information that the minister's answer, that this, one moment please, that this facility is not being constructed by his ministry is not correct?
I agree with that. I agree. I don't have any issue with the response of the minister. I want to place on record.
I suggest that we move on, please. I suggest that you move on. You can make a statement outside the chamber, but on the floor, he is here to answer questions related to his ministry. Probably, if our attention was drawn to it, would have asked another minister to answer it rather than the sports minister.
Yeah.
So let me move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, please indulge me. You asked me to give you evidence of Suhini's...
Honourable Dr. Nyako, I withdraw my request of you. Kindly leave it there. Thank you very much.
Speaker, respectfully, I thank you.
Very well. Question number 1422, the name of the honourable member for Kintampo North, Joseph Kwame Kuma.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports if there is any plan to establish an AstroTurf in Kintampo, since the town has a vibrant football culture, yet no single standard football pitch is there.
No, they have no plan. Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to reiterate my response to this August House on Tuesday, 8th March 2022, as a response to the question posed by my good friend and brother, Honourable Joseph Kwame Kuma. I emphasized my ministry commitment to focus on more sports development rather than sports promotion. And in this policy, Mr. Speaker, government intends to provide all the necessary sports infrastructure and facility for every constituency across the country. At the initial investment, government plans to provide at least one AstroTurf in every constituency of the country. And I would like to assure the honourable member that as and when resources are made available by the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Youth and Sports, his constituency and the good people of Kintampo North will be provided with an AstroTurf. Thank you.
Yes, honourable member.
Right, Honourable Speaker, I have a follow-up from my brother. Whilst thanking him for the assurance for now. Right Honorable Speaker, we are aware of the names Babayara, Dogomoro, Kosio Wushu, Razak and Co. Right Honorable Speaker, these people are proudly all from Kintampo North Municipality. My good friend is saying that when the Ministry of Finance has money, will he consider other sources, since it is not only with the Ministry of Finance, they are giving ASOTEF to other localities, as we are all aware?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I will consider other sources, and I want to use this opportunity to appeal to corporate Ghana to come to the aid of the Ministry of Youth and Sports in our quest of providing sports infrastructure to all the 275 constituencies in Ghana to promote and develop sports across the country. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, once again grateful to my brother and minister. Mr. Minister, they say we ask for small things when we get before we go to the big ones. Much as I'm asking for ASOTEF on behalf of Kintampo Mine and Ghana. Kintampo is the center of our nation and the center of the world for that matter. Will you even be considering a stadium for Kintampo in future? Since if the center doesn't hold,
Honorable, let's stay at ASTROTEF, please. Let's stay at ASTROTEF for now, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Will you consider Kintampo urgently, because it's the whole nation's heart? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've said it here that Kintampo North is dear to me, and it is part of our plans to ensure that every constituency in Ghana is considered as one ASTROTEF. And Kintampo North is, once it's dear to this government, you will be considered once and when funds are available. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I've just been alerted by one of my chiefs in Kintampo that the Dogomoro is not the name, that is Ndogo Moro. Ndogo Moro. It means
thank you for correcting the
record. And I would like him for us to know it. It's Ndogo Moro, not Dogomoro. Thank you for your response. Thank you.
In the response?
Yeah, in the response.
Very well, thank you. I'll move on. The next question is in the name of non-honorable member for Anglo, Richard Kwame Sefe. Honorable Majority Leader, kindly hold on, sir. I'll come back to you. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in answering question number 1422, the Minister indicated that this question has been answered substantially in March 2022. I would just want to urge the table officers cross-check the questions when they are filed. So if a question is asked and the member comes back to ask about the same question, really it offends our rules. Otherwise, space will not be afforded to other members to ask relevant questions. One question being recycled and reprocessed certainly is not good. And Speaker, it offends our Order 67(1)(c), which provides that no question shall be asked which raises an issue already decided or which has been answered substantially during the current session. This is the same session, the same section, the second session of the 8th Parliament. So we should be mindful of these things.
Thank you very much. We will take note. Yes, Honorable Member for Anglo, you may ask your question now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
for the opportunity. I would like to ask the Minister for Youth and Sports when Anglo constituency will benefit from the government intervention of providing AstroTurf for all constituencies. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to respond to the Honourable Member Richard Kwame Sefa that the good people of Anglo constituency will surely benefit from government intervention of providing AstroTurf for all constituencies as soon as resources are available. Permit me to add that the provision of sports infrastructure, including that of football, is highly crucial for sport development in the country. It is even a vehicle of maintaining security on unearthing talent of the potential of the youth, creating jobs and employment through the holistic value chain associated with sports industry. It is therefore my utmost desire to see the good people of Anglo benefit from this laudable government initiative. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity once again. May I know from the Speaker how soon is a soon? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, how soon is the soon? Mr. Speaker, it's when funds and resources are made available to the Ministry of Youth and Sports. We will definitely consider Anglo. Anglo is part of the 275 constituency of the Republic. And like I said, the government initiative is to ensure that every constituency is given its due share, at least one AstroTurf. But we all also know that there are budgetary constraints. Resources are not unlimited. So as and when we get available resources, Anglo will be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister the sources available that he could explore for the people of Anglo to have this as here.
Thank you so much. The sources available to the ministry as far as the is concerned is budgetary, when budget allocations are done. And also, like I said here, when I was responding to another question, that we also rely on corporate Ghana. And I made an appeal to corporate Ghana to support the sports ministry in our quest of making sure that we get an AstroTurf for each constituency to promote our sports development across the country. So these are the sources that we depend on to provide this AstroTurf. Thank you so much.
Yes. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the Minister to advise me what I should tell my people, especially the youth, who are in the constituency listening and watching. Some of them who thought because I was not so stern on some of these issues, that's why the projects have been done in other areas, leaving my area. What can he advise that I should tell them?
Honorable, welcome to the club, but please ask another question.
You can help people. Tell me again. Honorable Speaker, I know that the Minister is capable and he could advise me. As he is advising, my people will be listening.
Very well, he will talk to you privately. But for our purposes, the question should relate to what is admitted on the floor already. Right. So you may see him in private to advise you. Thank you. This is constituency specific, Anglo. And how can you jump from two cells behind you to come to leadership? I think that should be the end of it. But I have when you say that it is your policy, Honorable Minister, that every constituency would have
an AstroTurf park, field, or stadium, whatever you call it, does that include what is constructed in schools, senior high schools? Because anytime the choir asks for it, they say there is an AstroTurf park at SDA school, which is removed from the town. How does that form a community stadium or a community park? Yes, Honourable Minister, that's my personal question.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, once there is an AstroTurf in a constituency, whether it's in the school or it's in the community, we deem it to be a benefit for the whole constituency. So I'll consider it to be one of the constituency that the choir has benefited. But as and when we get resources, we'll consider the community as well. Thank you.
Well, I'll not agree with you, but I ask you to review your policy. The school is a private, you cannot enter freely. You must be a student or a teacher or a stakeholder to enter the school. So it is not a community one. It belongs to the SDA school and it's not available to the community. So please take that out of the list of communities. You are not a leader. The leaders are there. They will not recognize you. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you are right. He's not a member of the leadership bench. Leadership, but he's a member of the extended leadership. But Mr. Speaker, as a former Minister of Sports, he wanted to help his brother, the Minister for Sports, so that they help build the sports ministry. So I will plead if you give me a minute just to ask that question. Thank you very much.
Very well. Because I asked my own, I'll allow you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm following up from what you just said. We've had a crisis here in Accra where Accra Academy, for example, that facility was put there through Asamoah. Over a period, the school authorities complained about the sort of environment that is created through the football affecting academic work in the campus. So they also decided that they won't allow people to come in there to play during school time unless they are on vacation. Then this has created a problem between the financier of the project and the school authorities. So we should, as much as possible, divorce a facility for a school from the general community one. Mr. Speaker, secondly, if we are talking about putting up a facility for sports development, then it must be intended for sports development. What I'm seeing is facilities being put in place as recreational facilities. They are more recreational than football development. And we should also differentiate between football development and sports development. Because as soon as we attend it to sports, then there must be an athletics oval, a volleyball court. It's an advice I'm giving so that the technical people at the ministry who are liaising with people who are constructing these facilities will understand that if they are putting up a sports facility, I'm not asking them. Speaker, I'm contributing, as my leader said. It's a contribution.
This is not a question. But I'm interested, and after when you finish, I'll ask you to tell me what happened to the one district, one stadium that you promised in 2009. Muntaka was the minister who answered that question before the appointments committee. Yes, continue with yours.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. What I'm saying is that the technical people at the ministry, when they are dealing with the people who are constructing these facilities, should insist that, because, Mr. Speaker, if you spend money to construct a field that only 9 a side could play on, just adding a little 5 centimeters could make it possible for us to have a full-fledged facility which will host 11 aside. That one will help us develop the football better than what Because now becomes recreational. It's not a matter of, we are talking about development, helping the people to develop the game faster. Secondly, I'm saying that if it is sports development, then we must, as much as possible, try to add other disciplines to the football.
Thank you. Thank you. There's another outstanding question, but it's an interesting discussion that we must have. My view is that football people are rather encroaching on all public facilities. For me, every community has a park. It is used for football. It is used for all outdoor events. And that is what the ministry is providing. But because football people think that it is for them, they are encroaching it, and if I want to have my funeral or my wedding party, they don't want to allow me. But thank you, Honorable Minister. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe, as the Honourable Member has spoken to, we need to have a clear policy underpinning the development of these structures. First, it is not possible to have the turf utilized as for athletic purposes. It is not possible. They are not meant for that. Second, Mr. Speaker, many of these pitches for the communities serve as recreational grounds, hosting funerals, birthdays, weddings, and so on. However, because of the sub-base, once you put these chairs on them, over time, they will not permit the utilization of the pitch any longer for football play. So we should understand. As for the other matter that my colleague raised about the smallness of the pitches, really, in developing football now, at the younger levels of the gameplay, look at what is happening in Europe. They reduce the pitches deliberately to encourage 9-7-a-side to play, because you touch the ball much more frequently, and for honing the technical skills of the players, the young players, that is what they do. They are the training pitches, which is why I'm saying that we should have a policy underpinning the construction of these facilities. As for the athletics oval, certainly AstroTurf cannot serve that purpose. So we need to have a clearly defined policy in the development of these AstroTurfs. That is where perhaps, if we want the community to have some benefits, we will have to really do a different thing. In some places, they have, the base is purely concrete. If you do that, it can serve the purpose for the communities. However, developing football skills would also be negatively impacted. So we have to have a policy. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You are discharged. And one more question to be answered by the Honourable Minister for Railway Development. The Honourable Minister, you may take your seat now. The question number 885 to be asked by the Honourable Member for Nalerigu Gambaga, Saseidu Isifu.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Railways Development the state of the Accra SkyTrain project after the signing of a memorandum of understanding between the Government of Ghana and the Africa Investment SkyTrain Construction of South Africa. Thank you.
Yes, the Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the proposed Accra train system is an integrated, elevated rail urban transit system which aims at providing an efficient, very cost-effective, reliable, safe, very accessible, and affordable mode of transportation for people across the world. It's commonly been demonstrated in many parts of the world, including Bangkok, Dubai, Brazil, and many other countries across the globe. Mr. Speaker, a world-class consortium led by iCapital Africa Investor came together to jointly develop and implement the Accra SkyTrain system. The consortium, Mr. Speaker, approached the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund to team up to play the role of an anchor Ghanaian investor and a local development partner in the project. Mr. Speaker, upon obtaining board approval, GIF took up an offer to acquire a proportion of 10% equity in the project development company. Mr. Speaker, GIF's role specifically in the management of the project, apart from being an investor, included assisting the Ministry of Railway Development to coordinate and review the entire process to ensure that the project interests are best always served. For example, areas like local shareholding, active participations at all levels, including employment, management, and maximum local manufacturing components are to be ensured. Mr. Speaker, with regard to the implementation of the project, Africa Investor, on behalf of the consortium, signed a memorandum of understanding with the Ministry on 22nd February 2018 to enable Africa Investor to undertake a pre-feasibility studies on the project. Mr. Speaker, the pre-feasibility studies were undertaken and the results were very positive. On the 8th of November 2018, the parties then entered into a memorandum of an agreement in South Africa, the signing of which was witnessed by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, and also represented by South Africa High Commission and other representatives of the South African government. Mr. Speaker, the cost of the whole project at that time was projected at about $1.9 billion US. After the initial pre-feasibility studies were undertaken by the Africa Investor. However, Mr. Speaker, what became very interesting is that for a project of this magnitude and complexity, there is always a need to go beyond the initial pre-feasibility studies to undertake a more detailed feasibility studies which will determine the bankability of the project. Mr. Speaker, Africa Investor later informed the Ministry, in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and the travel restriction that prevailed at the time, their technical team could not have the opportunity and therefore being unable to travel to Ghana to undertake the said feasibility studies. In this regard, therefore, Mr. Project, considering the timelines, their financiers therefore decided to pull out of the transaction, and the agreement basically, because was laid down on time basis, the agreement automatically expired, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister alluded in his response that GIIF was supposed to be an anchor, was supposed to play an anchor role and a local partner development in this project. Now, in the Auditor General's report, paragraph 86, there's a confirmation that GIIF acquired an equity share of 10% in the project. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out what is the state of this 10% equity investment that GIIF did in the project. Can we know clearly what is the yield from this 10% equity share in the project? Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
As a Minister for Railways Development, I'm entitled to build and develop railway in this country. Responsibilities of GIF goes far beyond my ministry, and I have no records of the extent or the intention of GIF getting involved in such an interest with such a level of participation. That is not the role I play in the Ministry of Railways and Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I thought because the Minister had a supervisory role over these agencies, he would take keen interest in the investment that this particular, that the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund did in this project. I thought he would have been interested in that. But having said that, paragraph 87 of the Auditor General's report said that this equity contribution was not certificated. Mr. Speaker, if
Honorable, is equity contribution of who?
Of the 10% coming from GIIF.
And which agency is that?
Was not certificated.
Which agency is GIIF?
Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund.
Is it under the Ministry of Railway Development?
Yes,
if it
please.
is not, please ask another question.
Yes, please.
It is?
Yes, please.
No, it is not under. I thought that was what the minister said, that agency is not under his ministry. So what has happened there, he can't answer to it. So can they ask another question?
Mr. Speaker, I thought as a House we will be interested in what this money was used for and what benefit we are
the
getting.
appropriate minister responsible will be the one to answer the question. If you, who is a member of the House, to answer that question, you can't. Neither can we ask a minister who is not responsible to answer a question for that.
Thank you. Right Honourable Speaker, my third question. The minister was captured to have intimated on City TV News, a face-to-face program, on the 23rd of November 2021, that he doesn't see a sky train being done in the next 3 to 4 years. May I find out whether this position is a government position or it is an opinion by the minister? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That position stated some months ago was my position as a Minister for Railway Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member for Zebila.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Minister indicated that the main reason why the project expired was because of the intervention of the COVID-19 pandemic. Now that the pandemic is over, will the Minister and Ghana government consider revisiting this project, which is very useful for the people of this country, particularly the Greater Accra region? Will you consider revisiting in the light of the easing of COVID-19? Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did state earlier that that this project shows very high level of bankability, and that was a triggering factor for control feasibility studies to extend the level of commencement of the project. So the project as it is really a bankable project. It's also interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, that we are not yet out of the pandemic. We might be seen to be getting out of the pandemic, but we are not yet out. The ministry will, of course, have an interest in such a very feasible and bankable project. And we will look at it when, our situations improve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. A follow-up to the question. Mr. Minister, the first case of COVID in South Africa was on the 5th of March 2018. The first case of COVID in Ghana was on the 12th of March 2018. The feasibility study was supposed to last for 9 months, ending July 2019. How can COVID be the excuse for the failure of this project? Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I did understand the question very well, the COVID pandemic, as I stated earlier, it's an ongoing phenomenal situation that we have all witnessed. Commencing a project, as I stated in my write-up, has timelines along the project. And it is during those periods that this pandemic struck in. The pandemic might have not come in at the 2018 as we're talking about, but the project continuation. The project without the pandemic was supposed to be coming into place by now. But I'm saying that because of the coming into effect of the pandemic, other technical details and aspects of the project as spelled out in the project schedule could not come into an existence. And that is why the financiers pulled out of the project, and the project therefore expired, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to know, since the Sky Train project has now been determined to be a failure, what other arrangements does the ministry have to provide such a lofty infrastructure for this country?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's undeniable fact that transportation goes a long way to trigger the economic benefit of this country. And in this current era of high prices in fuel, it's prudent on any government to use a cheaper means of transportation. The rail transport, Mr. Speaker, has been dedicated as one of the most reliable, safe, and cheaper means of transportation. In my ministry, we have begun an aggressive process to see how we can improve on rail transportation, especially within the urban centers. The Accra-Tema rail sections that we are all aware has currently undergone a feasibility studies to upgrade it up from its current level of a narrow gauge to a standard gauge. Mr. Speaker, we are making moves to increase the transportation from Accra, Tema, and Sawam, even as far as in Kumasi, in Ashanti region. So the ministry has a master plan, which I have already briefed this House before. So there's a complete and studies being done by the ministry. Works are going on currently. The Inteman-Pakadam project, which was started some years back, has been completed, Mr. Speaker, and by first quarter of next year, the ministry has put in plans to procure 2 DMUs, diesel multiple units, to put on the line from Tema to Mpakadam to continue to transport people along that line. We have worked on the Accra section of the line also. Currently, you will witness that a lot of transportation is going on between Accra and Tema. We are making plans to order some locomotives on the sections that we are constructing from Takrady down to Nyinahini on that section. So the ministry has a very detailed and aggressive plans to improve the transportation system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, it's enough. Thank you for attending upon the House to. Yes, leadership. All right. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the minister at the very outset indicated that the project is a project, and that giving the advantages that it offers in public transportation is intended to revive the project. If I heard the minister has not indicated that this project is a failure. Minister, is that the case?
No, it's a bankable project.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did state it earlier that the project is a bankable project. The feasibility studies that have been done shows a positive outcome with very positive cash flow. So it is not a project that has failed, or it's not a failure project. It is a very bankable project with positive outcomes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
But he has the Speaker, like I wouldn't ask this question, but the leader has paved the way. So when you ask leadership, I wanted to write, but he rose first. So like I wouldn't speak after him. But thank you for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Minister, when you were asked of the timeline, the position, your position or government position, you said the timelines and the position you gave earlier were your position. As a minister, what is the government position?
Yes.
As a minister, I represent the government of the Republic of Ghana, and I'm acting directly, under His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo. My position as a minister represents the views of the government. Mr. Speaker, to construct a SkyTrain worth about $1.9 billion in 3 years, I still maintain it's not possible. Not possible on 2 grounds. Basically, number 1 has to do with the time period, and number 2, we also have to do with the finances. So I've just been very frank. No contractor in this world can finish that project. It doesn't mean the project cannot be done. Never on any single occasion I stood up to say that project cannot be done. What I said, and I still maintain, it is not possible to do that project within that timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You're discharged. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of question time for today. Yes. We have one statement. A statement on the spillage of excess water from the Weija Dam, proposed measures to contain the spillage. It's to be read by the Honourable Member for Weija. Yes, Honourable Member. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, with the greatest respect, maybe you have to discharge the minister first.
I have. He was talking to you, so I was not paying attention.
All right.
I have discharged you.
Okay. The Speaker, with respect, if you permit me to apply for the order of the agenda set out on the order paper to be varied, to enable us present these papers captured under item 7 before we come back to do the statements. If you indulge me, I want to do that.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we have no objection.
Very well. May the order of business be so varied. I'll go to the commencement of public business. 7, presentation of papers. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But, Mr. Speaker, increasingly these days, when an application is made to Mr. Speaker, that the order of business set out on the paper may be altered, the speakers would ask, when I make the application, the speakers will ask the minority if they will indulge. With the greatest respect, the application is to the Speaker. The Speaker, Order 53(2) provides, by leave of Mr. Speaker, the order of business set out in the order paper may be altered on any particular day. Just like the admissibility of questions, it rests with the Speaker. It's not a shared responsibility for the Speaker to then also turn around to ask the minority, do you accept it? And they will say that we have nothing against it. If they say they have something against it, it means I will be stopped. But that is not the intent of Order 53(2). The Speaker, you are clothed with the authority, solely responsible. The Speaker, that is it.
Thank you for drawing attention to.
Thank you very much.
Already.
So
Honorable Leader, you would know that it is not provided for in the rules that we have pre-sitting meetings. It is not provided for in the rules that we have pre-sitting meetings. But we do because we want to assure smoothness of business. And once we agree on something at the pre-sitting meeting, it only if my other parents do not have any objection. It does not take away my responsibility or my rule. It is just to ensure that business of the House is run smoothly. But thank you for drawing my attention to Order 53(2). Now you may move.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that I know, I know reading from the forehead of my colleague who is sitting opposite me, he may be assuming some airs which he would not be entitled to. Mr. Speaker, I do present the paper.
Before you go ahead, you mentioned the name of Honorable Deputy Whip, and even referred to his forehead. He wants to respond. So.
Yes, Speaker, no name has been mentioned on the floor.
Well, innuendos are admissible. Innuendos are admissible.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Cletus Abuka is here. The Honorable Cletus Abuka is here. The Speaker, Right Honorable Justice Annan, under a similar situation then as if a cap fits, you wear it. And then we moved on. I'm not too sure that my colleague is wearing a cap, and the cap does not fit him. So if we can move on.
I'm glad that you referred to the Speaker of the First Parliament. His rulings are not binding on the 8th Parliament. So, yes.
Sir Speaker, you are perfectly right. There's a saying that when old bones are being mentioned, old women feel very uneasy. So when the forehead was mentioned, I was very uneasy. And you recognize me. But Mr. Speaker, we are learning. And as a house, I know, just as the leader said, they say increasingly, meaning it has not just begun. When I entered here 14 years ago, when applications are made, the other side of the bench is always called upon to show consent. The speakers have been doing this to carry the whole house along. Yes, leader, you may be right. You quoted the standing orders. But just as the Speaker said, beyond the standing orders, we have practices and conventions which we have added to the standing orders and the Constitution to govern this House. So, Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Leader, I thought you were going to talk about your forehead, but as for going over what I've ruled upon already.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, you are right. Just as I said, we are all in the learning process.
Yes,
so when you said it, we just want members to know that beyond the Constitution and the standing orders, we have parliamentary practices and convention, and that is why you call us to show our concern. So thank you
very much. Since you have no comment on your forehead, let's proceed. Yes, Honorable Leader, item 7AI.
2020 Annual Progress Report on the implementation of the Medium-Term National Development Agenda, an agenda for jobs, creating prosperity and equality for all, 2018 to 2021.
The report is duly laid and is referred to the Committee on the Finance Committee. Am I right?
Speaker, Committee on Poverty Reduction.
Committee on what?
Poverty Reduction. Poverty Reduction Committee.
Is that poverty reduction?
The Speaker,
agenda for jobs.
They should go to the Finance Committee. If you like, we could just add the leadership of the Poverty Reduction Committee. The Speaker, if we had, like we've been talking about, if we had a committee on the economy replicating the National Development Planning Commission, this would be the remit of that committee. Unfortunately, we don't have it. So it should go to the Finance Committee, because the ministry, after all, is Ministry of Finance and Economic Planning. So it will go to the Finance Committee plus the leadership of Poverty Reduction Committee.
Yes.
The Speaker, leader is right. Finance Committee, then we add the leadership of Poverty Reduction Committee. But it will not be too much, leader, because it's agenda for jobs. And the leadership of Employment Committee too can add. Yeah, just two. Then they assist the Finance Committee.
It's fair.
Employment and Social Welfare. Just leadership.
Very well. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Poverty Reduction Strategy, we have been working with the National Development Planning Commission. So I think we've set an important paper which will be laid before the House. It will be better for us also to be part of it. Thank you very much.
So let me clear how many committees. The Finance Committee, Poverty Reduction, and then Employment. Very well. So the order is all made. The report is referred to the Committee on Finance, the Committee on Poverty Reduction, and the leadership of the Committee of Employment. Item 7AII.
Annual report and financial statements of the Bank of Ghana for the year 2021.
The report is duly laid. It is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Are we ready with item 7B?
Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana, it should go to the Finance Committee. Finance Committee.
I've done that, Finance Committee, but I'm not asking whether we're ready for B. B is by the Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, respectfully, I could present the papers on behalf of the Minister of Finance. But before we get there, my attention has been drawn to the fact that over the years, the medium-term national development agenda have always been referred to the Committee on Poverty Reduction. So rather, the vice versa should hold. The committee, I'm saying that I should go to them and maybe the leadership of finance and the others, and the other one, employment, should join them. But the main committee rather should be poverty reduction.
Very well. So I had earlier on referred it to the Finance Committee, to poverty reduction, and the leadership of employment. So probably we should remove the rest of the Finance Committee and only retain the leadership of the Finance Committee. Is that right? Very well. So I'll vary my order. Item 7AI is referred to the Committee on Poverty Reduction, the leadership of the Committees of Finance and Employment and Labor Relations. I so direct. Now, item 7B. I.
Request for waiver of import duty, import VAT, import NHIL, import Get Fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $4,401,447.12 on materials, equipment, machinery, and services to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting and organization of the 13th African Games to be held in Accra in 2023 by Consul Limited.
The paper is duly presented. Is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Item II. VII.
Request for waiver of import VAT, import NHIL, import Get Fund levy, EXIM levy, COVID-19 levy, and special import levy amounting to the Ghana cedi equivalent of $2,341,056.14 on materials, equipment, machinery, and services to be procured for the provision of sports infrastructure and residential facilities for the hosting organization of the 13th African Games to be held in Accra in 2023 by Mawums Limited.
The report is duly presented. It is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Is the Finance Committee ready to present the other reports?
Mr. Speaker, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure of it. The other day, I was informed that they are not concluded the discussions. So I think we can stand those ones down in respect of 7C.
Very well. So 7C is deferred.
So I guess we can go back
to the
and then deal with the statement.
Very well. I have one statement. It's to be read by the Honorable Member for Bawe. Honorable Deputy Minister, you may read your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make a statement on the annual and recent spillage on excess water from the Weija Dam. Mr. Speaker, the mere mention of spillage of the dam these days sends shivers down the spine of the residents in and its immediate environment for so many reasons due to the way the spillage is handled. Mr. Speaker, the spillage is an exercise that releases excess water that threatens the sustainability of the dam. But the recent spillage brought in its wake untold hardship to the community and as described as the worst in more than 3 decades, given the level of destruction. It is estimated that the dam accounts for about 2/3 of the total water supply to the Greater Accra region. This means any miscalculations regarding its sustainability will not be acceptable, hence the annual spillage to ensure a prolonged lifespan of the dam. Mr. Speaker, after a close and careful observation, the need has risen for the authorities to conduct a technical assessment of the situation to find a permanent solution to minimize the impact of the annual ritual of spillage, flooding, and its resultant destruction of the social order. This year's spillage, Mr. Speaker, and the resultant destruction could be blamed on two major factors. First, the Dinsu River is heavily silted through the main channel down to the estuary. There is a need, therefore, to dredge the river and its channel to free its flow from the blockage of sand down to the estuary. Previous villages did not end in the near catastrophe as witnessed because the channel and the estuary were not much choked. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, previously only 2 or 3 gates were opened, but this time around 5 gates were opened as a go, resulting in the level of flooding that was witnessed. Though there has been occupation and development of the adjoining lands, spillage of the dam has not been that threatening. The least spillage nowadays sees an extensive flooding of the large areas of the land. This is due to the shallowness of the channel, resulting in the force of the land spreading into various homes. Mr. Speaker, the following recommendations, I hope, may help minimize the impact of the spillage on residents or solve the problem. The Dinsu River is so silted, and this requires dredging. The water company should liaise with the municipal assembly anytime there is a need for spillage so that the estuary is districted to make it easy for the water to flow to the sea. The technical department will also monitor the volume of water inflow and spill gradually in a way that will not entail much havoc. Second, the second recommendation is to consider the construction of a reservoir to hold the huge volume of spillage that could be treated during the harmattan season. Further, Mr. Speaker, commercial water tank operators could be made to patronize or draw the reserve water for onward distribution to interested institutions and real estate developers to generate income for water company. These are short-term measures that the Ghana company could be looking at in this way. Mr. Speaker, these recommendations aside, I also wish to suggest that the Ministry of Water and Sanitation and its stakeholders should endeavor to find a permanent solution to put to rest the end of the life-threatening spillage and also having to play the blame game. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity given.
Very well. Yes, Honourable Member for South Day.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made by my sister, the Deputy Minister for Health. Mr. Speaker, spillage in any form has consequences. Consequences for farmlands, consequences for residential, and consequences for infrastructure development. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the spillage from the Bagri Dam in Burkina, relatedly, has had an adverse impact on the volume of lake in the Volta Dam. So much so that for the first time, Mr. Speaker, in 11 years, the VRA has programmed spillage of the excess water in the dam, of the Akosombo Dam, and of the Pon Dam. That spillage, Mr. Speaker, will again have effect on the communities downstream of these two dams. So, as a country, we need to have a program regarding such emergencies because they are programmed spillages. The spillage that my sister speaks of has had adverse consequences for the people around Tetegu and the areas. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, if you saw the pictures, if you saw the video coverage, residential homes that for like 20 years haven't experienced any form of flood suddenly are roof deep in the excess water that was released from the dam. And it called for emergency preparedness to be able to meet the needs of the people. So it's such an important statement. Ever often we hear statements regarding emergencies that strike our communities in the country. We rush to the chamber and call the House attention to it. But it appears that when the statements are made, and due to effluxion of time, we forget about how to resolve the crisis. So I agree with my sister that dam being such a strategic source of other things, including providing provision of 2% of water to Greater Accra contribution, it's important that we have a program spillage yearly so that we don't wait for excessive rainfall, for other inflow from other streams upstream of the river to be able to spill. Mr. Speaker, the other thing I want to speak of related to this statement is the fact that our planning officers that work with our district assemblies, who are mandated in law to ensure that zoning and development projects take place in accordance with the land use patterns of the areas, are also adhered to. Because if you go and build on the levee of the dam, downstream, and there's a spillage in emergency times, certainly, Mr. Speaker, you'll be affected. Then when you are affected, you then cry for help. If the help doesn't come, and then you blame government. So our planning officers who are statutorily mandated to ensure that our planning, the land use regulations and laws of our country work, should also do their duty. Everybody should do his duty. Then I believe that we can have a very sound country to manage. Mr. Speaker, with this word, I commend my sister for bringing this matter once more to the attention of the House. Disaster in any form that affect our people should concern all of us wherever they occur. I thank you for the opportunity.
I recall that most of the time when such matters came up, he would say that move out of harm's way. But we do find people actually going to build in harm's way. Then they come back to cry. Yeah, the Honorable Regional Minister, we wanted to say something.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. And I also thank the maker of the statement for bringing to the fore a major issue that air constituency. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the last sentence before thank you, Mr. Speaker, was that, and also having to play the blame game. And I think that is very instructive. Having to play the blame game. I remember when I went to mention some time ago that people should have plan B in flood-prone areas. I was insulted throughout the country. So people saw reason and started defending me. Mr. Speaker, like you are aware, people continue to build around the Weija Dam, even though they know it is a problem. People continue to do so and putting lives in harm's way. Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is time that Ghanaians have a plan C, where when we end our hard-earned cities, we don't rent houses or build houses in flood-prone areas. That should be our plan C. Not until we start advising ourselves properly this way, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to have these flooding in flood-prone areas, because for a dam like Weija, anytime it floods, they have to open up and spill the excess water. And definitely, it will affect people. So I believe that the suggestions that have come from the maker of the statement, that we need to dredge the dam, we need to dredge the spillways, is something that we have to take seriously. And I do believe that the Ministry of Water and Sanitation will do whatever it takes to start dredging. At least if we do a little this year, we can do another one next year, so that by the time we have the consequences of flooding and we need to open up the spillways, we would be in a good stead to protect life and property. So with these few words, I believe that this issue should not be about only the dam in Weija. All other dams in the country that are likely to affect life and property would need to find a new way of making sure that we take on the advice given by the maker of the statement. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice.
Well, I'll admit the last one and bring proceedings to a close. Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this very important statement made about our colleague. First of all, I want to sympathize with all those who have been affected by the current spillage of the dam. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, on my way to Kumasi by flight, I was looking that, you know, when you take off, you do a right, and then you can see the level. In fact, you could just see it's as if some people were building in water, because the distance between where they were and the sea actually isn't that different. So I can understand that lives and properties were under threat. But Mr. Speaker, do we need a dam or not? We need a dam. And every single dam that has been built in this world is built to a certain volume, to contain a certain volume of water. Sadly, this type of dams, it is not human beings that go and pour the water in there. It receives water from somewhere. That is why there's a spillway. And Mr. Speaker, if you were in a plane and you look down, it's as if people were building in the spillway. That is the bottom line. But it's a normal thing in this country. We all do the wrong things, and then we want sympathy to be the reason we get later. We build at Ramsey sites, then we expect government to go and regularize it later and say that, oh, we are okay. Mr. Speaker, if you go to Tema Ramsey site today, in the full glare of Tema Metropolitan Assembly, people are dumping waste to fill the Ramsey site, and guess what? Whilst they continue dumping, it gives them as if it's a solid land, then people continue building. Mr. Speaker, I was not surprised. I saw the Greater Accra Regional Minister, our colleague, in a meeting with people. In the past, he was doing the right thing. Demolish them because they were building in a world protected site. Now, he's been forced to say that, okay, I will not continue the demolition, and people are jubilating in the areas that he is coming to regularize the illegalities they've carried out in the past. Mr. Speaker, who is going to stop people from adhering to the law? Mr. Speaker, we need water in Weija Dam. We wish people actually know where the spillway is and are not allowed to build there under any circumstances, so that these stories don't come up. No amount of statements on this floor will stop the dam from being spilled in the future, because every dam, when it gets beyond this capacity, would have to be spilled, because then otherwise it's going to cause more problem, or it collapses and then all the water goes away. Mr. Speaker, my colleague already said that maybe the planning authorities and the city authorities need to be more proactive, Mr. Speaker. They need to be proactive. Those buildings didn't spring up in a day. People saw them building gradually. I mean, in fact, what is the size of a block? You need thousands of blocks to put up a building. But when the assembly look on, doing nothing, actually probably taking some money from the people, and then it gets there, then our poor sister, our colleague, becomes somebody who is supposed to be the one solving this problem. Mr. Speaker, so I think we need to do this. Mr. Speaker, is it the case that the laws that we give to our local authorities isn't strong enough for them to stop this kind of illegalities? It is difficult to speak about this when you know that people's properties have been damaged. In fact, I have a friend who is thinking of selling his house in the area and move somewhere else. Then I said, are you sure somebody is going to be like you to go and buy that house, or you're going to sell in the dry season? And he's laughing at me. Mr. Speaker, he's put in his lifelong savings into that property. Now he hasn't got anything in his room. He sold everything, is gone. Mr. Speaker, I think we can do better than we are doing now. Let this kind of statements edge us on to be able to do the right thing. You know, when you build in a Ramsey site, it is an illegality. Under no circumstance should you wake up one day and expect government that because you need a place to sleep, we should regularize it for you.
If you do it tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, one day somebody will build at Accra Sports Stadium and expect that he should be allowed to keep the house on the pitch. This is the situation we have in the Speaker. Nature is not the reason people were flooded. It's because we breached the law. If we do things right, Mr. Speaker, we can avoid this. With these few words, once again, I sympathize with the victims, but urge all of us to endeavor to do the right thing to minimize these sorts of damage in our communities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. Unless leadership wish to comment, I'll bring your call. Very well. Okay, let me listen to the regional minister who is removing Ramsey side. Yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. And I'd like to comment on the statement or an intervention. Is it a statement, was it? Ably made by my colleague on the other side. Mr. Speaker.
And for the record, a statement is made by your colleague from Bawi.
Very well.
Bawi Weija Dam.
Mr. Speaker, I want to react to the contribution made by my colleague on the other side. Mr. Speaker, if my colleague cares to know, indeed, over decades, it has become the practice of chiefs and other persons to occupy government lands, i.e. lands that have been acquired by an executive instrument. Mr. Speaker, successive governments, including his own government, have attempted to curtail this practice. Mr. Speaker, it has not worked. Under the able leadership of His Excellency the President, the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, upon assumption of office, I took upon myself with the blessings of the presidency, as it were, to embark on what I called Let's Make Greater Accra Work, which hinges on 5 pillars. And one of them is the indiscipline that is almost taking over the country, and for that matter, the capital, Greater Accra, as a whole. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Greater Accra is a cosmopolitan region. So day in, day out, you have people coming in and out. So managing the numbers are very, very difficult. And my colleague will agree with me that everybody wants to surge into the region to make ends meet. And so therefore, sometimes it's difficult managing these things. But that's aside. Mr. Speaker, I give you background. And I'll start from CSIR. I've noticed that there's been some comparison between the exercise at the Ramsar site and that of the CSIR. Mr. Speaker, CSIR, as we all know, is an agency.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to give the background, please. Before I'm building a point, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
The statement was on the spillage of excess water from Weija Dam.
Yes.
And then he went into the problem we have is that people are illegally constructing at places they don't have to. Right? That is the problem. And those people are asking for sympathy after, so maybe he commented on
that my colleague is saying that we shouldn't regularize. I want to build a point.
The regularization was.
He just talked about it.
Yes, what he was saying was that people do the wrong things and then they turn around and ask for regularization.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. But I think I needed to build a point because there's been an argument going on. This is a fine opportunity and a platform. It's a House of Records. Mr. Speaker, so on the issue of Ramsar, Ghana signed on to the Ramsar Convention and in 1998 ratified it. A portion of lands that were originally acquired for the Tema Harbour and its extension, a portion was ceded for Ramsar. That measures about 10 kilometers square, about 3,500 acres or more. Mr. Speaker, over the last 2 decades or more, under successive governments, people have encroached with impunity on the 3,500 acres of land acquired by executive instrument for the purposes of Ramsar. Mr. Speaker, currently as we speak, we have a buffer, a core zone. Interestingly, people have built on over 2,225 acres of land. If we are to do the mathematics, Mr. Speaker, hitherto an acre of land is about 100 by 100. So a plot of land, an acre measures in 100 by 100 times 4. But these days they are doing 6 plots to an acre. So if my mathematics is right, about 18,000 plots of land has been encroached upon. They have built homes and they live there as we speak. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources had a stakeholder engagement with the residents there. Interestingly, they have formed a landlords association, although they have illegally encroached upon the land. They have residents association and presidents. So an engagement was made, and the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources thought it wise that, okay, they have already encroached. So the core area was reduced from 10 kilometers square to 8 kilometers square. And even last June, July, when I visited the place, a land measuring about 100 acres was bare. Only for me to go there last week to realize that over 100 plus fence walls has sprung up. Mr. Speaker, we embarked on the exercise in 3 phases. Phase 1 was to remove all the fence walls that have been erected, which we have done successfully, with the collaboration of national security and the security and intelligence agencies. Mr. Speaker, there were a lot of calls, comments, propaganda being spewed around the exercise. So 2 days ago, we engaged the stakeholders and we made it known to them that buildings and fence walls that have been erected in the core zone, in the water itself. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 102 fence walls and about 189 buildings. But the good thing is that so far, nobody is living in any of these buildings. Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that we are on the right side of the law. So I met with them, and the directives was that we are not backtracking, to suspend the demolition exercise so that the technocrats from Lands and Natural Resources, Forestry Commission will go in there and do proper work so that we know for a fact those who are in the core area. We are told that the core area should be 5 meters above sea level. So that's what we are waiting for, Mr. Speaker. In 3 weeks' time, we'll be going back and then we'll receive a report through the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, once the report comes, we'll have another stakeholder engagement and we'll take it from there. But talking about the regularization, Mr. Speaker, currently as we speak, there are over 4,000 homes on these 2,225 acres of government land that has been encroached upon. Now, interestingly, and my good friend knows, they have not contributed to the development of this country by way of tax or taxes. They have not paid property rate over the last 20 years. And that in itself is a criminal offense. My brother knows that for a fact. So what do we do?
Honourable Minister, please. Yes,
under the current circumstances.
Honourable Minister, hold on. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I come under Order 72. And with your permission, I may read. A Minister of State may make an announcement or a statement of government policy. Any such announcement or statement should be limited to facts, which it is deemed necessary to make known to the House, and should not be designed to provoke debate at this stage. Any member may comment briefly, subject to the same limitation. Mr. Speaker, what the minister is sought to do is like he has his own statement to make to the floor of the House. And I disagree with that. Out of order. So, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, as you can see, I am not reading the statement.
Honorable Minister, actually he's right. The statement was about spillage. Somebody makes a comment which is an aside, but you're taking advantage to make a long speech. You can bring your own statement to explain what is happening on the Ramsey side. But I think you've said enough for now. Can you bring your matter to a close so I can, please, not more than 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I was only commenting on the contribution that was made by my colleague on the other side. Mr. Speaker, I'm well advised. I'll come properly. Thank you very much.
Yes, no, now I'm coming to leadership, please. I know. Your place is not flooded yet, so. No, please, leadership.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, before I proceed, I must commend the maker of this statement. Mr. Speaker, even though she is a deputy minister, she made the statement as the member of parliament representing the good people of that area. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what happened and you saw it, and you read the statement that has just been presented, the statement has just satisfied the order which was quoted by my good colleague sitting behind me. The statement is full of facts, and it is very concise, and she has given recommendations. Mr. Speaker, if you read the statement, the member was able to identify the causes of the spillage and the flooding, and she has brought recommendations as to how best we can help to fight it. Mr. Speaker, if you read the statement, it presupposes that the harm that was caused was self-inflicted. Why do you open 5 holes without making sure that the channel or the estuary that the water is going to pass before it enters the sea is dredged? So if you read the statement carefully, what the honorable member is saying is that the estuary was choked, and 5, even though we've never opened 5 spillages before, 5 were opened at a go without making due diligence to see as to whether the estuary was also opened, so that when you open this one, the water enters the sea. And that is what caused the flood. So, Mr. Speaker, on a very serious note, what it tells us, who is in charge of making sure that, Mr. Speaker, that the water level does not go beyond sustainable limit? And who was the one who was in charge, was opening all those 5 holes, Mr. Speaker, without making that due diligence? Such people, Mr. Speaker, must have questions to answer. So that the next time that somebody is going to perform that duty, the person will say, oh, this man did this and this happened. Therefore, let me go and check the estuary. Is it clear? If it is clear, before they come and open. If that is not done, and we comment on it and allow it to go, tomorrow we'll be here and the same thing will happen. Then secondly, Mr. Speaker, the honorable member also went ahead to say that the Denso River must be desilted. These are matters ministers of Western Housing have been talking about. Ministers of Water Resource, Western Housing always comment about the state of our rivers. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Work and Housing used to be performing this function of desilting, choke gutters and all those areas. But Mr. Speaker, it's like these days when they mention this, finance minister don't listen to them. And therefore, if they say you are the Minister for Works and Housing, your function is reduced to only distributing government bungalows. Mr. Speaker, they have a serious responsibility in making sure that they are giving budgetary allocation to perform the silting of choke gutters. Just one choke estuary. Look at the harm that was caused. So, Mr. Speaker, without wasting my time, I must once again commend the maker of the statement and to entreat upon the Minister for Works and Housing to liaise with the member, together with the Minister for Finance. We are about entering the budgeting season. As I speak to you, the whole world is at Egypt. We are going for a climate change conference. The climate change implementation must take place in Ghana. We must increase the budgetary allocation for the Ministry of Works and Housing to make sure that the Denso River is dredged, the estuary is dredged, so that next year, when the rainy season comes and the dam is full to the brim, and you go and open for the water to flow, we will not encounter what happened in Ghana. We used to watch these things in Louisiana, somewhere, Florida, somewhere, where water is taking people's houses. By this time, on our own land, it didn't just begin one day. We have performed our duty as parliamentarians. The land use and spatial planning law was passed in this house. Zoning of areas for residential purposes, industrial purposes, and commercial was done in this house. The land bill was also passed in this house. Mr. Speaker, we have the laws to regulate every activity in this country. If you go to Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, they have faculty of planning, land economy. Every degree we have it. Only to come and sit down, Mr. Speaker, without doing what we are supposed to do and what is taking us. So before I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon once again on the Minister for Finance. This is spillage. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine if the dam, Weija Dam, has even collapsed? Can we count the number of deaths and the harm and the havoc that will cause? So as a country, we must be proactive. We should not just be pretending to be managing the problem. We must start fixing it before the problems overtake us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me also express my appreciation to the honorable member who has made the statement and drawn attention to the danger caused by the spillage of the waters in the Weija Dam. Mr. Speaker, the member, who is a deputy minister, attributed the danger that was caused by the spillage to about 3 or 4 factors. She mentioned the heavy siltation of the main watercourse of the Denso River. Speaker, beyond the dam, that it is heavily silted, and the siltation continues to the estuary. Where siltation occurs at the estuary of any river that enters the sea. If it is natural, what it means is that the river will be silting up to cause the formation of a delta. That is what it is. If it is natural, then you will see delta formation at the estuary. Except in this case, we all know that the siltation is not natural. It's not due to natural forces of the sand carried from the headwaters of the river down through the main watercourse and channel to the sea, where because of the force of entering the sea and the sea also repelling the waters are forced to still, and with the stillness of the water, deposition takes place. And then we have natural siltation at the estuary, which ultimately will develop into a delta. What is happening is man-made. The cause of the siltation really is attributable to other factors, including, as the member herself has owned up to, building very close to the waterway. And then we have all manner of household excrements entering the water body and then contributing to the siltation of the waterway. The Speaker, the Deputy Whip for the minority related to the land use and spatial planning programs that we have and even the Act. Times were growing up. For large rivers, one could not, even farmers were required to leave a minimum of 100 yards, 300 feet from either side of the main rivers, the Ofin, the Pras. For the streams, it was 100 feet. Now, there is scant regard for this law. And it's all because we have persons who now have the claim ownership of even these lands, the contiguous lands to the river channels, and begin to sell them. The Speaker, I have always insisted that if the sale of lands is left unchecked in the hands of individuals, as we are doing now, it will cause serious problems for us, including even attracting investment. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe the time has come for us to confront the reality. The member was talking about maybe if we resorted to gradual spillage of the dam. This year, the rainfall pattern changed, and the year has seen tremendous downpour of rain. Added to the fact that the water itself is silting up. Indeed, even the Weija dam itself is silting up, and we're not desilting, which is why it had to happen the way it happened, that the 5 gates had to be opened for the spillage to occur. Those downstream, at the time of the construction of the dam, they knew that in the event, perish the thought, that the dam collapsed, all those down there will be swept off. So those lands behind the dam, they lead up to the sea. I think they marked out about half a kilometer across that nobody should build. They are building there. I don't want to face the consequence if these things should happen. The government is blamable. It's not government. It's individuals and the people who are selling those lands. And you go to buy that land knowing that you may be subject to such a consequence. And you are building there in the hope that flooding will never occur in your lifetime. Mr. Speaker, sometimes we allow these things to happen to us because we call for it. We are not supposed to build close to a major river as the Dinsu. 100 meters, you go as close as maybe 50 feet. And you want to build maybe an embankment to protect you. What would that embankment, 100-foot embankment, do for you? What of those of them upstream who have not done the same thing? So it will climb and enter your place. So we should be very serious with the land use and spatial planning schemes that we have. Mr. Speaker, we should also begin to desilt the dam itself, because otherwise, the least downpour, you have to open the gates to allow for these spillages. As for the suggestion, let's say every year to open maybe 1 or 2 before the unthinkable happens. You can't predict, because the weather system is such that you can't predict maybe the next year what will happen. You spill massively, and then the following year there's drought. What happens? Remember, I think about 10 years or so ago, Akosombo, we spilled, the following year there was drought. We spilled massively, and the following year there was drought. And then you went to pray. Ahmed, you went to pray. As if the prayer would fill the dam for you. Is that the Speaker? So now the weather pattern, we must admit, has changed. Very erratic it has become. And that is why, as my colleague said, as we speak now, many of our compatriots, our colleagues, are in Egypt. And they are thinking through what it takes that nations must do to ameliorate the weather conditions. And here in Ghana, we must take ourselves seriously. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying this, and I keep repeating myself. Burkina Faso is growing trees down south, and up north in Ghana, we are cutting down the few trees that we have, such that Burkina, the southern portion of Burkina now, is greener than the northern portion of Ghana. What do you expect? What do you expect? Your weather will become very unpredictable. Rainfall patterns will change dramatically. And when they come, as the Sahara Desert, it doesn't rain. But when it rains on one occasion, they come in such torrents that they sweep the sand. And the dunes are swept distances, sometimes about 10 kilometers. A whole dune is swept away. That is what we are encouraging in Ghana. We should take ourselves seriously and address our minds and ourselves to the changing weather.
I'm resisting the temptation to extend sitting beyond 2 p.m., but you're not finished, so...
Yes, we are.
Sorry?
I see you are entreating me to end, so I'll end. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we should be thankful to the member for drawing attention to this. But the ramifications are enormous. Let's consider them and then see what we can do to repackage ourselves as a nation in terms of greening our country, to control the unpredictability of the weather, and also ensure that we conform to our land use and spatial planning schemes. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well. That brings us to the end of statements time. I think the lessons to take away from this is that if you place yourself in harm's way, don't come back and seek that we empathize with you. Honourable members, it's 2 p.m. Unless there are any announcements by the leadership, I wish to bring proceedings to a close. The House is accordingly adjourned to tomorrow, Wednesday, at... Yes, leader. Oh, you're not? Very well. To tomorrow, Wednesday, November 9th, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I've not received it.
Last week was hot. Today promises to be exciting as we sit for a perusal of issues relating to the arts and entertainment, of course, with a touch of wit. The show is E-Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Welcome. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us. It's 60 minutes of unlimited entertainment. The name is Abrantipa. Today we have, a musician at the corner. So we have that interview later after our discussion. But there are a number of things happening. We decided to have a cocktail today. Cocktail, a bit of everything that is happening. But something just happened, and so we decided to focus on that. And that's because Shatta Wale has made some allegations on his social media page. I guess you want to know what it is and what the implications could be. We'll be speaking with a lawyer on the show today. But before that, let me introduce to you my guest. MacDonald Nanea Asari, aka Romeo, is event organizer, artist manager, Miss Ghana voice coach, or talent coach, if I should put it that way. He is an actor. He has too much. And finally, he's a Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Maybe I fine. It's the economy now, because last week, no hit you up. No shitty.
Easy challenge. Sometimes survival is not just about you.
Yeah.
It's about others. And as the others okay, the burden actually rippling effects.
Yeah.
Follow
Obiaba bedan
until and you are some kwana welcome.
Yeah.
Can Crawford some Sweden. A mom. It's a 423 cities per liter.
The man I've not seen for a very long while. I think since last year, right? Okay, when we ended Bloggers Forum, and then we started E-Forum a few weeks ago. I have not seen him. In fact, the whole year, I've not seen him. I only see him on Facebook posting big things.
I was here for Mr. Blankson's vigil.
I didn't see you.
For the vigil, I was in session.
Did you see me?
I came to pay my respects. I saw you.
You saw me?
I saw you.
Did we interact?
We interacted.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Then I've forgotten.
You might have been high on something. I don't know what it was, but...
Hey, Tofi.
All right.
The man, Mystic Mike, a.k.a. Black Pepper. Charlie, thanks for joining us.
It's always a pleasure.
Right. So let me just give you a breakdown of everything that has happened. It's about Shatta Wale and Bulldog, formerly known as Bulldog. So last week he was here. Bulldog gave a total bomb and easy cry. Now, I'm sure you know that they have been working as an artist and a manager. Even though now Shatawale says Bulldog never managed him. He was not an artist manager. Omuko meeting I say we say Bulldog extra name I say oh draw fish. Nah, Charlie, serious. So this is what happened. You remember Black Sherif released his album. Now on October 7, 2022, Bulldog was reported to have said that Black Sherif's album, The Villain I Never Was, would be more successful than Sarkodie's Jams and then Shatawale's GOG albums. Well, this is what Bulldog said. He said, I woke up this morning and I was like, yo, this month of October is a serious month because we have 3 of our artists releasing. Black Sherif just released, Sarkodie will release, and in a few days, Shatawale will release. Now listen, off the top of my head, I say Black Sherif will do better than all of them. If you look at the numbers, Black Sherif has a label. They don't. Shatta and Sarkodie are about to compete with Empire. That's the record label Black Sherif is on. And they don't have the strength to do that. Shatta reacted and said, if Blacko's album will do better than me, we hear. At the end of the day, Ghana wins. And he added that the music business they are all doing is about money matter. Now that post, that statement even had some insults on printable words, and so we don't want to go there. Now fast forward, a few days ago, they were trading, words on social media, and then Bulldog said Shatawale is frustrated and all. Shatta came out to do a video and gave it to Bulldog. Now this morning, Bulldog makes a statement and said, insulting me will not make you top charts around the world and will not earn you headline spots on events as well. Your album will. Kindly release it for your fulfillment and our enjoyment. Since you are afraid to release the album, let me share a partial track list to our SM fans. And so Bulldog released a partial track list. Popcorn Money, John Legend, Vibes Cartel Munina, according to Bulldog, have been featured on the album. So Shatawale Bo. Shatta goes to his Facebook, makes a post. Bulldog, since you are bringing our secrets out, you will tell Ghanaians what happened to Phoenix Meda. And Phoenix is spelled F-E-N-I-C-K. There is S. I'm tempted to believe that there has to be apostrophe S. So that one did not come. And I am not joking about this time. I am ready to tell the court about what you told me about you and your men and how planned that foolish act. Get ready. So I'm reading as it's written, no punctuations. And so I am ready to tell the court about what you told me about you and your men and how I guess you planned that foolish act. Get ready. This Akufo-Addo won't give you a murder chance to be on our streets. Watch how this ends. You can't fight time. For those who may not be aware of the... Okay, so let me put it this way. When Shatta posted this on social media, people began to react. And they are saying that Shatta could even find himself in trouble. Like you shot yourself in the foot, right? And some are making references to Kwakese's former manager who was murdered some time ago at his residence. And his name is Fennec Ochre. His Fennec is spelled F-E-N-N-E-C. Shatta's Fennec is F-E-N-I-C-K with the S. So now people are drawing their own, what do I say? Boom. Whether it's the Fennec we know or it's another one, let me just say that in 2018, Bulldog was acquitted and discharged over the Fennec issue. And so, like I mentioned, we'll have a lawyer's opinion or interpretation of this whole thing. Me, I'm not a lawyer. Romeo is not a lawyer. Brapenyi, Mystic Mike is a relationship expert.
I did some law courses in school.
Oh, really?
But I'm no lawyer. I did media law. I did business law.
But Masa, media law, how they bahas.
So it's law. I said I took courses in law. So, yeah.
What was your initial reaction when you saw this post?
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. And even for the most loyal SM activist, it must get worrying at certain point in time for their kin, as it were. Many people forget that this is not the first time that Shatawale, when pushed against the wall, has come back with the supposed murder of Fennec by Bulldog. This is not the first time he's done that. You know, he's done that over the years, and he's just repeating what he's done in years gone by. As you indicated, the police service invited Bulldog over for questioning, and then eventually he was let go, as it were. What could Bulldog have done to be so distasteful that will push a former associate to then bring a murder, charge back into the limelight again, and then trying to pinpoint your former manager as having a hand in it and supposedly ready to release new information that could finally pin him down? You said you have an album to give your SM fans, and in 3 years, you have been unable to release this album. The latest you pledged to release the track list or even the album itself was October 28th, if I remember well.
Yeah, his birthday. And he gave us one song.
It didn't materialize. It didn't materialize. And if somebody says, look, the SM fans are starved, we have this project, these are some of the potentials on the list, and the person has released it, this is the tangent you go on.
But so, what right do you have to release the track list? We used to work.
All right.
We are no more working. Now everyone is on their own. I have decided that I will tease my fans or supporters.
In perpetuity.
Yes, I mean it's my prerogative.
Okay.
So why would you release it in the first place?
Why wouldn't he release it?
Why should you release it?
Why wouldn't he release it?
Is it your project?
What crime has he committed?
Is it your project?
What crime has he committed?
No,
he was part of that project. Bulldog was part of that project.
But now you are not part of me.
Bulldog was part of that project. And I have
decided that.
And he has information. And he's saying, look, sometimes we need the nudge to act. Sometimes we need a push. Many human beings are procrastinators. We need people to just give us that, push, and then we excel. We have people thanking people for their impact in their lives. Perhaps Bulldog felt, look, you have the songs ready, they are mastered, they are ready, but you lack confidence.
I beg to differ.
You are not quite sure that the song will do well in the face of the new arrivals, in the face of Black Sheriff, in the face of all these boys making inroads. And Bulldog, my friend, look, my guy, despite the differences we have, you still have a very good material that can still keep you afloat. And so let's go to the next step and then release some of. It's a partial. He didn't give everybody.
But you have no reason. You have no. What's the word? You have
right or
no right to do that.
And I'm saying, in the face of the law, what crime has Bulldog committed?
It's not about a crime.
It
is about you distorting my promotional plan. That is how I want to promote my album. You decide to do it.
I bet to differ.
The same word that Romeo used when you were. Romeo says he begs to differ.
You see, the issue of secrecy, regardless of whom you've been involved with, even in business.
Sorry, I would have to cut you. I understand that we have lawyer Susu on the line. Lawyer, thank you for accepting to speak with us on eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, good afternoon.
Right. So we have a case at hand. It's about Shatawale and Bulldog. Now, some years ago, Fennec Ochre was murdered at his residence, but when the police arrested Bulldog, took him to court, he was acquitted and discharged. Now today, Shatawale posts on Facebook and said that he knows, he's ready to tell the court how Bulldog and his men murdered Fennec. But there's a difference in the spelling of the name of the deceased, the one that we know. His is Fennec. And then this one Shatta has posted in his Facebook, on his Facebook page, is FENICK. People are drawing correlation. Can anyone be faulted for trying to link the two names in the first place?
Well, I think that I don't even know where to pick it from, but if even the correlation is drawn between the two names, that may be presumptive. I think that if anybody really believes that Bulldog indeed has committed some crime and know that he has evidence to that effect, the best place to do is to go to police station and not social media. So I think that we may just have to ignore that post and then move forward, because crime investigation is not done on social media. It is done at the police station. So if anybody has critical information that can help any court to convict somebody, then it is the police that you go to.
Okay. So does it mean that Shatta Wale cannot be taken on in any way with what he has said?
Well, there could be, suits in defamation because of a legal principle known as innuendo. If you do a publication which seem to, undermine the another person, or which is defamatory of another person, or which seeks to reduce the image of the person in the eyes of right-thinking members of the society, the person can always bring an action against you. But that is all dependent on whether the person even decides or not decide. But the question is that per that post, can a logical conclusion be drawn as to the person in question, the accused person in question? If such logical conclusion can be drawn, then he may be able to maintain some action against the person. He may have a course of action.
So let's just say Bulldog decides not to pursue the case, to sue him for defamation. In relation to the murder of an individual, does it mean that if Shatta Wale doesn't go to the police to provide whatever evidence or information to the police,
can he be invited?
What has been put there, it doesn't mean anything? Can he be invited, or it just dies?
Well, that would be completely presumptuous, and whether he could be invited, the police can invite anybody. If anybody says that he has vital information in respect of the death of another, of course, the police can invite the person. But he's not under any obligation. He says he has information. So if you call him and he say he won't come, he's sorry, he will not give. There is no compulsion under any. There's no anything that can compel him to necessarily come and give that information. Indeed, if a trial were ongoing and there was real evidence, or there is a logical basis to believe that he actually has some information, he could be subpoenaed to come and give evidence. But beyond that one, as it is now, the matter is not before court. The person is only saying that he has some information, can tell the real people. Well, the police, as part of their investigation, could invite him over. But beyond that one, I don't think there is any major, it raises any major concern at all, or major issue.
Okay. You mentioned that those who are drawing conclusions about the fennec that we know, that's presumptuous. But let's, I don't know if we should still swim in assuming or presuming. But in any case, when someone is acquitted and discharged,
yes,
does it mean the case cannot be opened again?
It is. This one is not acquittal. I'm sure there's a discharge, because you can only be acquitted after the case has gone through full trial. And when it is only a discharge, you can always be rearrested if there is fresh evidence that connects you to the crime.
Okay. Right.
All right.
Okay. So essentially, there's nothing serious about what Shatta posted.
I mean, that's a point. Like, I mean, it has no consequence. I mean, but if the investigators, CIDs are interested, they may invite him for further information if he really believes he has it. But you see, the question is that if you do have it, why has it taken you this long? Because you heard that somebody has been arrested in sort of that crime. So why didn't you go and volunteer that information? So that's why I doubt whether we should take that post seriously.
All right. Lawyer, thank you for speaking with us. I don't know if any of my guests has a question, other than that.
Lawyer.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd like to know if he's been acquitted and discharged, would they be able to reopen the docket to reconsider the evidence?
An acquittal is after the full trial has been conducted.
But I think he's been acquitted
in his
and
case,
discharged.
Yes.
Yes, so this was a discharge. So when it's a discharge, you can be rearrested, and then that is if there is a fresh evidence connecting you to the case. That is when there is real evidence connecting you to the case. But if you are acquitted and discharged, you cannot be rearrested on those same facts again.
Oh, okay.
All right. Lawyer Sosu, thank you for that education.
All right. The pleasure is mine. Do have a good day.
All right. You too. So that's Lawyer Sosu. He's a legal brain and MP for Medina.
Yeah.
Right. Romeo, you were on the floor.
Yeah, I was like, you see, when you have business, you're engaged in business with someone, regardless of what happens, the business secrets should remain the business secrets. Because, for instance, if I'm managing maybe a Darlington or something, there's sort of Darlington, and there's a debacle or there's sort of confusion between us. If I have some secrets of his leisure or some things that he is protecting from the public, I have no right to put it out there. Baiting your fans or your supporters with your album as to whether, no matter how long you prolong it, it's no business of anyone.
Shouts to Asem.
The reason here is that there are people who spend 5 to 10 years to release an album, and they try to bait people to see, okay, sometimes you want to release, Darlington wants to release an album or maybe a track. Realize that this track, if I release at this time, maybe Black Coast track would overshadow it, and he's targeting an award. So okay, let me just hold on and read between the line, and then he sneaks it in, and then he wins an award. An artist like Okovelli may not have won maybe have not been recognized in this era for Zanza, right? But maybe he had Zanza 20 years ago, but he released it 10 years ago, and maybe was lucky to have even won nominations or an award. So it's about timing. It's about the business principles. So yes, Bulldog didn't have that right to put those details out. But then again, you go to Shatta's page and you see that he discredits what Bulldog puts out and said, that's not my track list. So it means that Bulldog was just even teasing him. So let's assume that that wasn't the right the detail he put out. So if you go and say you are putting my secret out, so then let's play, then I think the double standards here in Shattawale's presentations. Because in one breath, he said he's putting your secrets out. Someone questions you on your page, go to the Charles Niama Mensah page. I think the 3rd, 4th comments. He replied, the person was like, this is not my track list. So in essence, you are saying that, okay, what Bulldog put out there is
falsehood.
It's falsehood. So it means that it has no locus in terms of exposing any secrecy. So you have also no business to talk about something that is dangerous. Lozosu, yes, has talked about the nitty-gritties of it, but there's sort of a caveat where the police could also develop an interest. Bulldog is not a friend of this government, and they can easily ride on it and give him trouble. And I think if we are guys and we have issues, let's treat it or deal with it like men. Let's not throw this kind of weak shades that will indict people at the end of the day, and later we come and tell ourselves it's a joke. Shatta and Bulldog, to me, I feel they could be pranking all of us in wait of his release of albums. Because Shatta could even go to an extent of saying, telling Ghanaians that he's been shot. Like, come on. So what can't he do?
So he may have, per what you are saying, he may have interacted with lawyers and say, if I say this, what are the implications?
Exactly.
And like lawyers
they could have weighed everything, say this is what I want to say, and even the spelling of Fennec, you think that he wouldn't have checked the spelling of Fennec? If he tells you it's Fennec in some Abidjan, a thing that they were to, and the murder is just sort of a movie concept.
Fennec can even be a dog.
Exactly. So in whichever case, Shatta is one business guy who would always play on the intelligence of Ghanaians. So if you're smart, you'll be able to decode the templates of what he's been doing over the years. And listen, this is not the kind of bulldog we know. The bulldog, when he comes at you in terms of you have a beef with you, he won't go soft and be typing things and be saying things. He comes with video and attack you like you're attacking him and tell you things that you don't want to hear. But if bulldog wakes up in the morning and go like, okay, yeah, your artists, our SM fans are waiting to hear. Someone who is no longer with you, how would he even contextualize our SM fans? Because, come on, no, let's call it.
No, I'm not with you, but doesn't mean I have moved away from the movement.
Doing critical analysis of these two people, and the issue of murder, and people have interest in this Fennec issue.
Yeah,
and you remember when we met last week, I was even telling how he was put under pressure when Gary Nemako was his lawyer those times and what have you. So I know the kind of stress he went through, and I know how some people also wanted to hear that that kind of resuscitation of that issue. So if Shatta pins it in such comment just to raise eyebrow, I mean, I feel it's a gimmick to promote an album. And honestly speaking, it's high time, if you're doing music business, yes, you can't fault him for his promotional gimmicks, but sometimes some jokes are too expensive.
Mike, Brian Mike, do you have a feeling that this whole thing is a publicity stunt?
I don't reckon this a stunt. I don't reckon. And you see, earlier on I told you that Bulldog and Shatta had parted ways in October 31, 2015, and asked why they parted ways. They parted ways because Shatta Wale claimed that Bulldog wanted to kill him. And once he had killed Fennec before, he was afraid for his life. That parting of ways...
that was the naked pictures thing?
That parting of ways led to Bulldog's wife pleading with people to beg Shatta Wale not to release the naked videos and photos. It only took Xylophone to make Bulldog head of Xylophone Music and artist manager for them to reunite at Xylophone to work together. So this again, you the same Shatta Wale again, and you know this is bad for business. This is bad for business for Bulldog, because you cannot have the murder of a very beloved operative. Fennec Autry, bless his soul, wherever he is, he was beloved across board. And many even had hoped that Madame Eslawusu, now being in power, would have at least take a look into it, because as it stands, the murder is unresolved. Nobody really knows what happened to Fennec. And it is quite unfortunate that Shatta would always want to immobilize and cause injury to people he has fallen out with because they don't always see eye to eye. I find it very most unfortunate. And even in the larger interest, what if it was true that this was your partial track list and that it has been released? What's the harm? In the greater end of it, your fans will get to serve the music that you have cooked for them. So what harm could this have caused for you to bring back that? And many people are now wondering again. And as my man said, this government and Bulldog have already crossed paths once. And even on UTV's program the last time, he exploded on a show that he's tired, they can arrest him because of the hounding that was going on behind the scenes. And so why would you do this to a brother who has served you many years? And this is not the only time he's done this to his managers. Shatta Wale has done this to Mr. Logic, Rude Boy Sterling. The two of them I met at XFM when I was a worker there, and so I saw it up close, how tight they were. And later when the falling out came, what he also did to Mr. Logic, calling the police on Mr. Logic. And not only Mr. Logic, He had gone on to cause trouble for Wise Production, his earlier management, who managed the Bandana album. He parted ways with them, Emmanuel Barnes, Mr. Logic, and in a TV interview had disclosed that Bulldog was a pillar in his music life.
But as for parting ways there, it be normal.
So
I think it depends. It depends on the manner it is executed. But if we are working and we think that at this juncture we need to part ways.
Of course, I subscribe to people walking out of relationships. But it seems for Shatta, when you leave, you have to shut up. Don't talk at all, else I'm going to invent things that did not even exist. Shatta Michi was not spared. Even Abdullahi Abu Sadiq has not been spared since their 3 Music Awards issue. Look at the slander he put the way of Sadiq. It had to take Sadiq being an industry stalwart, someone who accepts the industry well, for his music to still be credible.
Okay. Black Pepper, Mystic Mike, Oko Moons and Candles, so also a Mystic Mike, or Bahano Betuja, also the Black Pepper. We'll take a quick break. When we return, Charlie, I have a surprise for you, yeah? Don't go away. So I had been watching him on TV. The first time I met him was at the launch of Ghana Music Awards France at Golden Tulip. Now, it's a nice song. Honestly, it's a nice song. But that day he performed Nipa. Now, who said, Bessa Simon, or Tienimuho. And everyone who knows Bessa, you know that he's a producer, he's a musician. Most of the gospel music, our Tego sisters, Numni and Home Crony Benina, Nina Bessa, Dimo Aquatenepa, na Bessa Tiho. Na young man ye rappe, na Bessa, Ebony Trinko, no bonny in Sam de Mapa Penam say, hey, naturally say yes. Bessa feeling Nipa. And Nipa is a very nice track. Kwaku Darlington is our guest on E-Forum today. Kwaku, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
So, there is something that you say in your song. I don't know what it means. That's your signature.
Horiba.
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 So
that's an abbreviation. Only him lies intelligence, bravery, and art.
Walk of our way.
I prayed and God gave me that.
Holiba.
Yeah, the hymn I'm referring to is God.
Okay, yeah. I see. So let me first begin with Onipa. How did that concept come about?
Okay, so honestly, I wrote a song like 3 years ago in my room, and before that I was rapping, I was doing the hardcore rap, but then I sat down and realized, no, I need to do something different. Like, I mean, something that should have impact on the people as well. We shouldn't be just doing the music. We should be doing things that should, impart positivity into people's lives. So I realized, no, I should be doing things like this, because the people that I looked up to were doing songs like this, talking of the likes of Ochame Kwame, Reggie Roston, or Comfort Kwade, or Bradford. These were the people I looked up to, and they were doing beautiful songs that up to now we still listen to them. So I just wanted to be on top like that for people to recognize me as, a songwriter, or not just an artist. That even I can grow to my sisters and people will still be listening to my song. So that was something I planned to do. Even though I can just switch to do, other genres, other songs, just for the. You understand?
Yeah.
But then I should. You understand? But I should come back
for the cash.
What I should be known for, what I represent.
Okay. Yeah. So around that time, what was going through your mind? There are so many things you could have written about, but I decided to write on Nipa and how our nature is. What was running through your mind at the time?
When I'm a producer too as well. Okay, so when I was playing the beat, I didn't have that in mind that I want to write a song about Nipa or something. I was just playing the keyboard, and most of these songs it comes to me as a message, just like, and I don't put pen down to write them. I just
speak them like I'm just talking to somebody. So it was more like what do you call it? A poem or spoken word or something. I was just talking, and at the end of the day, it was a full music. Yeah.
Getting Ochame Kwame and Famia on the song, how did it happen?
For me, it wasn't anything difficult because Ochame and Famia, we are more like brothers already. Before me blowing up, I had a chance to meet these people. We talk, we do everything, and so after 3 years, I realized no, these are the. Although I had options at that time, but then I realized these are the people I should put them on the song. So I contacted them. Then everybody was cool with the song. So I met with Ochame Kwame in a room, and we spent the whole night together. We didn't record only one song. We did like 2 songs, and it was amazing working with Ochame Kwame. He's somebody I've looked up to. He's more like a brother, a father, a mentor, and everything to me. And anytime we meet, we don't only talk about music. We talk about so many things, not even related to music, business, life.
So the second song you recorded with him, when is this scheduled for release?
Oh, that's his song.
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Sikabe Fiunya Skase.
A lot.
How rich did that get you?
A lot. That song really pushed me to the top. Like, that song really made people feel what is inside me. So for Sikabe, I would say it's my first baby. Yeah, it's my first baby. And big shouts to the brothers I put on that song too. Big shouts to Kwaku Flake and so.
It made you richer. Eh? what have you been able to do from the Sikabe Fee cash that you had?
A lot. Reinvesting, and that's the most important thing. Right now, you as an artist, whenever you cash out, you just don't have to think about you spending the money or doing. Yes, I can buy cars, I can build or something, but then I need to think about the future too as well.
With the kind of songs that you do, when you hear people say, okay, let me start. Have you heard people say that the younger generation, compared to Titi? What it be that?
Yes, much be that.
Based on what you do and what some of your colleagues do, when you hear these statements, how does that make you feel, and what's your reaction to that?
For me, I have a direction. I know where I'm heading to. So when I hear stuff like this, I just put it in mind that, the people that we say, they have better songs. They started just like me. And I know it will take time for people to realize, no, these people were actually talented, or these people really had it. Because I have songs, not just Onip, I have songs like Go Slow, a lot of songs.
Go Slow is also another fantastic song.
You understand? But I have a lot of songs that maybe people won't pay attention to it right now, but some days to come. I don't think during the time or the days of the Ampedus, the
Dr. Pabubu
or something. They were also having different conversations, like Sanitation. So it happens. I feel like some days to come or some years to come, people will understand what we are doing today.
We'll talk about your new one.
The new one.
Osama. Osama bin Laden.
No, Osama bin Laden. I will explain that.
Okay, so let's talk about that. What's Osama?
Okay, so Osama, yes, I know I've explained this countless times, but then I have to do it again for the people. Osama is an Arabic name that we all know, and the meaning of Osama is lion. So when I say Osama, not necessarily the Osama that we all know, but it's a name that we give to people. So so the song is basically a love song. So I said, anytime you see trouble, that is my baby or something, anytime you see trouble, I will come into you like Osama, meaning I'll be coming like a lion to save the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're a lion?
That's it.
Okay.
I'm Osama, I'm a lion.
Is there a video of the song yet?
No.
Okay.
Right now we're concentrating on the audio, and later we give them the video as well.
How has it been for you with the promotion of this song, especially at the time where the nation is it is Kahwadi.
Yeah, but then
and as a man for so as one
Sanity,
say Obia bofu. Obia bofu.
It's part of it. You have to do it. You just can't just release a song and just leave it like that. I mean, you have to promote it. You have to shoot videos. You have to be doing everything right. No matter what happens in the country or something, you have to. I mean, that's what feeds you. So you need to go all out.
So how has the economic crisis affected you?
Negatively and positively.
Okay. Let's
deal with both of them.
Both of them.
Okay, so the negative aspect is, I mean, things are hard right now in the country. And yes, I also feel it because I buy things outside, lights, and all these things I buy. I mean, they are costly right now. And yeah, because I also buy things in Ghana. And the positive aspect is, yes, this music that we do, I mean, we are being paid on stores in dollars. So when they pay me in dollars, I mean, the money rises. You understand? So that's the positive side of it. But then the negative side is way huge.
How do you think creatives can survive in this turbulent time?
Right now, the internet is very broad. That if I really, I mean, let me use the word intelligent, you really get a lot of money because there are a lot of money on the internet that people really don't know. There are lots of money because sometimes I don't even play shows, but then at the end of every month I'll be getting something, right? Because I'm using the internet very wisely. I had a chance, like the people that I work with right now, and they, let me say, they have a, what do you call it, a distribution company. So I had a chance to learn about these things at the early stages. So I was even distributing my songs on my own. I was doing all these things on my own. So me, for instance, it's very difficult for somebody to cheat me when it comes to like this music business or something. You can't just even upload my song or my content for free. I can just be on my home, take my laptop and take it down. We are all about the money, you understand? So the internet is very broad that people can make a lot of money on the internet. Very soon, Facebook will also be paying that I know a lot of people don't know.
Yeah.
Facebook will be paying. Right now, TikTok pays.
Oh, they've started already?
Yeah.
Okay.
TikTok pays. Audiomack pays. Boomplay pays. Apple Music, Spotify, YouTube, a lot of places. They are all paying. So if you don't make good use of these platforms, you always be waiting for shows to survive. Yeah.
Yeah. Romeo and then Black Pepper. Whether a contribution, a question, any, let me hear you.
Yeah, I think the earlier discussion as to whether their music, the current trend, are as of anything good compared to those of old. I think it shouldn't even be a discussion. Every music with test of time would prove to be a classic or not. Sometimes when a track is released, you don't see its power, but with time you feel, no, this is the song. The likes of Pabubu, they've left their names in the sands of time, but they also had bad songs during their era. Some people gave bad music, people gave bad songs, and there were good ones too. This era, there are a lot of classics. We have through the contemporary high life, the hip life, and even this trapping they are doing, you just name it, they are giving us variety. And it's more challenging because you have competitors across borders. But in those days of Ampedu, they are looking up to Ghanaians. So they didn't have much competition, they didn't have much pressure. And here, look at the cost of shooting a video. Though they didn't need much videos to prove that you are a stalwart or you are sort of a legend in music. But the kind of pressure these young ones are facing, there are a lot of issues in the world. People are writing stories repeatedly, but with different concepts. So it's more challenging now. So if I hear people say, oh, number 4, but put them side by side, there are a lot of classics in recent times. You get it? And would you say that Lumba is number 4 and also Titinipa? That the Lumba and yet Titinipa sa. Which as of Rampons and Titinipa sa. Akwaba Junior and yet Titinipa sa. You get it? There are a lot of classics. When you pick Samini, let's talk about dancehall. You get Shatawali's songs, which are classic. You get Sarkodie's songs, which are classic. Mary album, no. So when people make such comments, I feel it's out of jealousy. Sometimes I mean the diablo, Me say tete no mo di nyum fo di asasa anti didi muti di e kra more appreciate it. But on a lighter note, yes, the older generation sets the tone and the younger generation are building on. So you just appreciate both generations, and they also move, another generation also pick up. You get it. It's just about growing and growing what had been passed over to you. So for me, I think it's more challenging now. As I said, Titi Biaman born and Titi no porn house in the this internet no control be in Titi regulations no easier see and ness obe control koda. Nti obi Titi ni ba ye in this time abon abaso sent Titi there no. The same has to do with whatever we are growing up with. Nti music there better say enjoy because omo my variety. Say ba no sabi ya gi eni e wo ho obi to ne bedi obenya nyom obi so ayeyi na person obi and I rap hip hop and cause I brought for about bragging to be bragging because someone can answer same in context. Poetry never makes sense to those who don't understand them.
Yeah.
What I say? Who follow literature books in baby? How can I poem na unti ase? Because I nyanse ni.
I know they am pam.
Enye wajuma unti ase. So when people say they don't make sense, I also beg to differ. Because if it's in line, a count story, you understand. Some count story, you wouldn't understand. So for me, there's no bad music. It's about you, how you brand it and throw it out there.
Pepe, I'd love to know which is your management?
Management, that is Eve Records.
Okay, and with the monies you earn digitally, do you run a dollar account here in Ghana, or you run a dollar account so that you remove the dollar hard cash? Yeah. Okay. Other than that, then you would have been in serious...
positive and negative in one.
You would have been in serious trouble. All right. So I realize you can sing and rap as well.
Yeah.
Very.
And I realize your music has videos. Yeah. Even though you are not so, like...
Yeah, I understand.
So I see that the dollar is working. Because you are able to shoot videos.
Master dollar assembly man no trying video
that. You are able to run things quite well. So keep it up.
Thank you.
I realize you are from Kumasi, right?
Yeah.
I realize the Kumasi guys, yourself, Kweku Flake, a few others are not so much the love. Yours is the money.
The money.
But I realize the Accra guys started with love. The Saminis, the other. But I realize you guys, you're not so much into the love affairs. You want to make the money. It's all about money.
Very important.
No, there's a correlation. The issue here is that, you see, when the women love your song, you see, when most love songs are made for women, just that when men are broken-hearted, they find solace in those love songs. Now, once the people fall in love with your love songs, then they become your followers. Then you can tell them or show them that aside love, there is another thing you can do. That's how you navigate along with your fans. So that the views, they will be viewing your new videos, and so that's where you also make your money. So in making that a commercial effort, you need to have good music to bait people to believe in your craft first. Once you get them, then you can go the rough way. You get it. So for me, I think it's still in order.
So the
wedding is packed.
Yeah.
Just I had that picturesque view of he being like what tuntuma na ujina asantia himfi nanka.
I saw Chami.
I say yeah, bo yeah, and yes, say yeah, bo you know like yeah, bo say piano say then whatever aid na or ma. Inti owie na say yeah, bo you nanka say on say nkola na nyam nyumfun ano me den.
Okay, I get the drift.
People would have to know what they are doing, but if your mom say you're dressing,
okay, I get the drift.
Sometimes your packaging could be say management IABB say okay, if you say otumfo IABB and I say a friend say Ebrihene IABB, na ya arrangement say because musum person will promote amamre also amamre ba ti say wotuntuma enye de bia na ebeko people see in a different light. Now people will start paying attention to you because this song is powerful.
Very. Very. The lyricism is serious. Mirefie or a poet.
Or a poet. If you understand it, you get to know, you appreciate that thing.
And you're a comedian, so come.
Yeah, so something I make an answer. Like, sometimes we have a lot of good works out there, but for us to make people appreciate it is what we would have to do. Into Mr. Woody, the work to be a matwama also for Juma. Sometimes I want to see, like, come on, like you have it, so use it.
Yeah. Talking about packaging, so Doreen Abanima Abaya, she has a very, nice package for you, and so we present to you Vogue.
Stonebwoy premieres his Gidigba music video at the 3 Music headquarters. It's a song that has become popular barely days after its release, and there are indications anticipation for the music video is high. The artist discloses that his music video is more of a movie than just visuals of a song that inspires people to be strong and firm. The Beam Boss takes guests through his behind the scenes of the making of the music video before it's premiered. Let's jump right into it and watch broadcaster Jay Foley interact with the artist.
Stonebwoy, welcome.
Thank you very, very, very much.
How do you feel this evening? When you woke up this morning, knowing that we're just counting down hours to this evening, giving us the chance and the privilege to watch what you're about to see this evening.
Yeah, I was grateful to be alive because all it takes to be alive, really, and I had to cut my yacht or run down from the UK last night so I can make this happen, definitely. So I'm happy that I was able to be here, and it's important to as well find time to connect with the media, because once we do that, there's almost always like a certain kind of disconnect between us, and the purpose of this one is to actually bring together, honorable people so we can share some content firsthand, and here we're about to see everything that ever goes on behind the scenes for materials like Gidigba to be brought to the fore. So we felt like we're not going to just post anything up on social media. Let's just actually go the traditional way, spend time, energy, money, and bring it to them.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, tonight it's a viewing party. We're going to get a chance to understand everything about Gidigba. So I don't even want to ask you questions regards to that because everything is in there. But just before we take a step down and we all enjoy this together, what does it mean for you in creating a song like this or a story like this?
Thank you very much. It means a lot to me. Up on the journey of life, we open different chapters, and this is a chapter so far. I actually have been able to accumulate emotions and feelings and thoughts and put them together on a 3-minute song, which I think is very unique. Everybody can relate to a line or two in there and the way it comes across. But ultimately, all I'm trying to say is that no matter what you're facing in life, no matter what your levels are, there's a need to always stand firm and strong, which is Gidigba. You know what I mean? Yes, so continue to conquer the world and believe in yourself and never fall minimal, because it's not everything you see that is real, not everything that glitters is gold.
In making this, is this a new standard that has been set for Stonebwoy, and post this, what is going to happen?
Thank you very much. I think we keep setting standards for our own selves so that we can continue to reach heights. So at every level, we push ourselves, we get there, we start from zero, we take it to the next level. That's how I've approached life, basically. And that's why, like you say, it's 15 years already, and then we're still here feeling like we have done the least and haven't done anything yet. Just because we always want to push ourselves to the next level, because definitely there's so much to do. There's so much to do, and if this indeed feels fresh, then you can understand that we're opening different chapters as we elevate. What I really wanted to tell in that video is to actually represent a piece of everything, and specifically like this. We have so many kids who are being abducted globally against their wills and being sold today as we speak. We have their parts being harvested as we speak. You hear a lot of people go to, for instance, the Asian countries in search of jobs and they sweep them all away. You hardly hear back from all of them. There are dangers that are going on. So that is what I wanted to play and depict from the small boy's abduction. Somebody may also ask, why were the parents also killed? I want to tell another story also from the fact that we all stem from families, and these are things that happen. You find out that even if not physically with any like I portrayed in a video, some of us from where I grew up from in the ghettos, people have lost their parents and properties and stuff that belong to them from robbery, and even family members that seek for them to sting down.
Great film right there, pregnant with emotions, revenge, and what have you. Congress to some boy and his team. Tell you what, the viewing party was a blast. Let's get the conversation rolling. See you some other time. I am your girl, Doreen Abanama Abaya.
Thanks, Doreen, for the segment Vogue. And like I always mention, if you are organizing an event, let us know. We are very interactive on social media. All platforms, the handle is at the GhanaWeb. We'll come and cover the event and let our viewers and our readers know what happened. That's Stone Boys video premiere and party viewing, or the wedding. Of course, so 3 Music headquarters. Thank you for watching this episode of eForum on GhanaWeb TV. I've been on the show with Mystic Mike, aka Black Pepper of blackpepper.com. He's a journalist, he's a relationship coach. He posts a lot of big things on social media. He's an MC.
Voiceover artist, MC.
Yeah.
And then this cabin Bremen.
Oh. And then McDonald Daniel Asari, aka Romeo, is an event organizer, an actor, poet, comedian, also a comedian or bois. Those days when I was at Radio Universe, those days I had a show, Groove Mix, Friday, music and comedy. Because I'm a engineer also. Into a comedian. Yes, so Romeo is with, he's an event organizer, Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman, he's an actor, and Miss Ghana voice coach. He's a talent coach. If you want to win a pageant, come to him. He will train you. Kwagu, your social media handles na young creating.
Kwaku Darlington GH on Instagram, Kwaku Darlington on Facebook, and Kwaku Darlington GH on Twitter. Yeah, okay. Kwaku Darlington on Facebook as well, and on all the digital platforms.
Okay, thank you very much for coming. We wish you the very best. And Unipa de Debia Mebo. Yeah, it's true. Yes,
but you should be playing the new one. Yeah, you should be playing.
Oh, Osama. Osama is nice.
Very nice.
Baby,
that's your favorite too.
Baby, your favorite. Okay, so we'll be back next week with yet another riveting conversation. It's been eForum on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you so much for watching. My name is Benefo Boabin Abrantipa.
Mpempia kan wadon wasem de train nipa so nipa fom nipa nipa de ho abofo bekum nipa. Ti ya chiro se bu nipa, ni ya chiro se suro nipa, ubu nipa suro nipa fi se de obetan wo ye nipa. Nyame fa nipa so bo nipa so wana nipa bo nipa wo chiri ase afanan de wode a chiro kokom ni na. Da wo chiro so do nipa wakoma pa. Na nso nipa ho asem no beka ye yi a ena won ka no kura nyina wo se wo dai bi dai. Na ni akatan so won dai aboafo adoso nso aboafo esi na nipa ni nkai. Ti de obeboa wo maaye. Hunu se Yesu nda we dwani je wo nipa mkai se nipa na yi Yesu mai nipa na bewu nipa so de beye be se nipa ni madum ti nipa se nipa de train nipa enya kra wo de ye no ti Yesu se nipa eya na refi se nipa wu nipa ne se nipa knocking on the door of your heart da me bo kokko se sikanti na nipa beku nipa de a enya omobo Nyankopon bo nipa se ne seso ni ne suban ne buni aye nti nipa de nipa betoto abo akokko nipa ho be trend dan so nipa na be boa ne da woni mguase wodi akotene woni gemu ohia wo ewum nipa bia ye nipa so nipa ni na anya pe ti nipa bekoto nipa de atrese nipa nyankwada.
in the 2022 budget, government projected that it will receive a total amount of about 6 billion for the whole of 2022. That is what was projected in the budget. Today, as we speak, from the PIAC report, in less than 3 months, and I mean just 1 quarter, government has received over 8 billion cedis from our petroleum resources. So in 3 months, government has received more than it projected for the whole year. So government is making supernormal profit. In fact, even the price stabilization and recovery levy, which is supposed to subsidize fuel, government projected that in the first 2 quarters, it will receive 269 million. As we speak, from the Ministry of Finance's own record, government has received about 800 million. And so this notion that government is not making revenue is a fallacy. It's a complete falsehood. Government is making so much money from our petroleum resources. I therefore call on President Akufo-Addo and the outgoing Minister of Finance that they should do something about this price increment. They should sit up and think outside the box and apply these huge supernormal profits to cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very sad as a member of Parliament when on a daily basis I receive calls from my members in the constituency who cannot even afford 1 square meal a day. People cannot even send their kids to school because of the exorbitant fuel prices, which is having a cascading effect on food prices and the general cost of living. We hold the view that government can do something about the fuel price increment. Government must sit up, government must do something, and government must cushion the ordinary Ghanaian. It is indeed sad. Wallahi, wallahi, the people of Ghana are suffering. And something must be done. President Akufo-Addo, this is not what you promised the people of Ghana. This is not what we were told.
As I indicated in my presentation, by 2020, it is estimated by the World Economic Forum that 230 million jobs, which require some level of digital skills, will be created. There are lots of job opportunities currently today, which require digital skills. And so we believe that if we assist our persons with disability with the digital skills that they need, they can have access to well-paying jobs. They can work remotely and safely. They can work conveniently. If they have access to high-speed internet, they have the technology and the tools that they need, and they have the skills that they are required for them to engage with the digital jobs that are being created daily as we speak. So it was important that we get their input. And thankfully, we've worked with the World Bank, and we'll be implementing a Ghana Digital Acceleration Project next year, which is, they'll be providing us with $200 million for different components of that project, and part of that will be used to assist our persons with disability with skills training, assistive devices, access to high-speed data, and job opportunities. We're giving them job-ready skills. So once you finish the training, you're walking or riding into a position that is available, and we'll match them up with available skills so that they can also take care of themselves without having to depend on the charity of others. We believe that they are capable, if equipped, to also live meaningful lives as citizens of this country. And it is incumbent on us to work towards narrowing all forms of digital divide, including the disability divide. We're working, focusing on gender inclusion. We're working with including the youth and providing them with digital skills. And we believe that we can extend it to our persons with disability as well, and equip them so that they can also contribute their quota to the development of this country. One lesson the pandemic taught us is that without digital technology, services, products, it will be difficult for us to engage or even work. Now, if we don't give our persons with disability also the requisite skills, then it means we're leaving them even further behind. The Kufuor-led government is determined to leave no one behind. And so whatever we will do to provide them with the requisite tools, technology, skills, and opportunities to enable them to engage in the digital world that is unfolding before us, we will do.
Fellow countrymen and women, today Ghana, our house, is on fire. And as a citizen, I have a responsibility to help quench this fire. That's why I'm here this afternoon. Our economy is in shambles. The youth are unemployed and they're very desperate. Ghanaians everywhere are going through very difficult times. They are lacking the most basic necessities of life. Indeed, this is not what our founding fathers envisaged for us. This is not what a country like Ghana, with tremendous blessings and resources, should find herself. My colleagues, we are in difficulty. We are in danger. And I want to inform you that the time for change is now. There's no other. It is now. And therefore, today, I want to announce to you, and I'm announcing my intention to contest for the flag bearership of the National Democratic Congress, NDC. Anytime the party opens nominations. I've led a great public and private life, one of success and accomplishments. I will offer myself once again to serve the land of my birth with humility and sacrifice when I'm given the chance to do so.
Welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV, where we bring you business stories that trended during the week and an exclusive interview. My name is Na Oyokwote. Due to the current economic challenges Ghana is facing, particularly with the depreciation of the cedi, the inconsistent increments in fuel prices, and the general increase in goods and services, entrepreneurs are either faced with folding up or laying off workers to stay afloat. My colleague Stella Jejom Sogli was at the just-ended Entrepreneurs Solutions Summit held in Accra to find out from business owners how they are coping in the current economic crisis.
The current business climate in Ghana looks gloomy, especially for entrepreneurs. Today on BizTech, we are going to be speaking to them on how they are able to build resilience and tenacity during these hard times. My name is Stella Jejom Sogli.
So I am a human resource consultant.
How is business in today's economy?
Okay, so the name of my business, first of all, is Keeping You Simply Intact Consultant, which in short is KUSI Consultant. Business generally, I think next year we're 10 years in Ghana, and I think business generally has been a challenge in Ghana. You know, so currently it's the US side really that's keeping us afloat. But generally, it's been a little slow, and mainly because of support. I think you hear all the time that the entrepreneurship space, we lack a lot of support from the government and resources. So I think that obviously has hindered, you know, the growth of our business over the years.
You make mention of business here in Ghana and in the US, and you are into human resource.
Exactly.
How is the human resource ecosystem like here in Ghana as compared to that of the US?
So the human resource ecosystem in Ghana has picked up over the years. I've literally seen it evolve where people weren't really talking about HR. And I think now there's a lot of buzz about HR because of, you know, HR professionals like Dr. Stella, who works with VRA, Irene Asari, who's currently the HR director for BBC. Like all these individuals, Dr. Hazel, you know, who used to work for Guinness Ghana. So all these individuals have really helped because of their appearance and also the digital presence have helped put HR on the map. In the US, HR is established, but I feel like the US ecosystem is going back to the basics where we are now paying more attention to the human aspect of HR. But the good thing about Ghana is we are literally now developing the HR ecosystem. So we have so much more advantage when it comes to trying to get it right and trying to do it right. You know, so that's why I came here and established my consultancy, because I do believe in HR, I do believe in people development, and I think that's what's going to drive this country to success.
Yes. So as an entrepreneur, how important is the Entrepreneur Solution Summit to you?
I mean, it's everything. You know, it's everything for entrepreneurs, because as entrepreneurs, we need to find solutions. And I really hope that that's going to be the outcome from this, from the summit, right? It's about how do we now equip entrepreneurs and help them to find solutions. For us, we leverage digital to be able to work. So we're a remote business. We don't have an office space, right? So we're able to even provide services to clients regardless of where they're located. But does every entrepreneur have that capability, right? Does every entrepreneur have that digital skills, right? So when we need to identify solutions to really help entrepreneurs to grow. And that doesn't always have to be us relying on the government, because they fail us every year, you know, time and time and again. So what are practical solutions now for entrepreneurs? And I really hope that that's what this event is going to help us to identify.
Yes. So in your perspective, what do you think are some of the challenges that entrepreneurs face in our part of the world?
I mean, it's really obvious. It's the support and resources. You know, majority of entrepreneurs coming out of the continent are women and also the youth. When you get out of uni, what resources do you really have to like push your business? I've worked with young entrepreneurs before. They have brilliant ideas, but when it comes to really running a business, like laying down that foundation of a business, they have no idea, they have no clue. So when we talk about the government really stepping in to help, it can just be training, right? It's not always monetarily, but like what in-kind support are you provided? Like what resources are you giving, you know, entrepreneurs? What trainings are you providing the youth? You know, African women are probably the most strongest women, you know, we have in the world. But we need support from our men who have the networks. They've been able to establish networks. They know how to run a business. Are we getting that support? So I think for me, it's more about support and resources, not just money, but like teaching us the practical way of actually doing things, you know?
My name is Anzimo Samanga. I'm head of marketing for BTL at DDP Outdoor.
And so, why are you here today at the Entrepreneurs Solution Summit?
Well, as an integrated marketing communications company, we support businesses to get closer to their customers. And so once we're offering outdoor advertising, digital advertising, stadium advertising, airport advertising, we believe that businesses need to be where their customers are. So if entrepreneurs are gathering, then it means that we have to be there to be able to give them the offer opportunity where they can actually reach their customers and all.
So as a marketing person yourself, in these times, what advice can you give to entrepreneurs to be able to put themselves out there and meet their clients?
I think that one, you need to know where your customers actually come from. If you do a business and you realize that your customers are not online, then don't focus too much on online. You have to do offline. And so it depends on what your business is, what your focus is, who your customer and who you are targeting. Then you devise a strategy where you can reach these customers.
How currently, looking at the economic hardships and all the problems that we are facing, how are businesses coping, if you have any idea?
I think it's a tough time. You have to decide where your cost elements are. What is costing you? Is it your cost of production? Is it your employee cost that you have to reduce? This is the time to actually look at it and see where you can minimize cost and then increase your profits and all that. It's a difficult situation for every single company in Ghana or the world at large, but we need to find ways and means. If you don't have to produce your bags, then you can outlet it. Maybe it can reduce your cost. If you want to do a partnership so that maybe your raw materials may be outsourced to somebody else and it reduces your cost, why not? We need to find ways and means to partner to make some of these things easy for us.
My name is Nyota Chumburima. My business name is BU, and I'm into procurement.
Okay, so when you say procurement, what type of procurement?
I work with both public and private sector, looking at the organizations, their needs, and then I buy it for them. Basically, procurement is buying.
Okay, so how has business been like? When did you start?
I started 4 years ago. Recently, business has been a bit tough because of the economic situation, but I'm still pushing through.
Okay, how are you doing it? How are you managing to push through? Because there are other businesses that are actually folding up.
Yeah, I think now it's like, because of the business I do, nature of business I do, it's really having a closer relationship with my clients to understand their wants and needs, and for them to also understand, because of the situation of the currency fluctuating, for us to meet on some middle ground, you know. So it's a win-win situation, and then trying to find ways to innovate on business, yeah.
Okay, so moving forward, what do you intend to do to be able to cushion yourself and put yourself in a place where economic situations do not adversely affect you as a business?
I don't think it's possible for you as a business to ever say that you're not going to be affected by economical situations or COVID or things that happen out the blue. But as an entrepreneur and a business person, I think if you're consistent, if you have tenacity and you persevere, and first thing I should have said is God, you can always push through. That's what I believe.
Right. So what influenced your decision to join today's summit?
Okay, I saw it online and I thought what they're going to be discussing today could have been used for me, and an opportunity for me to network and leverage from other colleagues. Right.
And you talked about procurement. And do you import or do you buy locally made stuff?
Some of the things are imported by suppliers outside and some are locally made. It depends on the demand of the client.
I'm Sarah Adelaide Odampton. I'm the Trade Services Manager for the UK Ghana Chamber of Commerce.
Right. So doing business between Ghana and the UK, how is it going?
Well, the UK is a very important trading partner, you know, for Ghana. And of course, the same holds true for the UK as well. So we're seeing positive growth in terms of trade. Well, but for COVID, things were a bit slow, but now that we are just barely out of the woods, things are picking up. Well, yes.
Okay, so looking at the trade volumes and what Ghana is able to do with the UK, looking forward into the next few years, how do the prospects, are they looking good, looking at even our current economic crisis?
Yes. The prospects are really bright in the sense that the UK and Ghana have an interim trade partnership agreement that allows quota-free, access to imports between both countries, and it allows Ghanaians to export to the UK at tariff-free rates. And then, of course, for Ghana, it allows us to also import from the UK at some quota-free or tariff-free rates. For the Ghanaian side, it's quite progressive. It's been rolled out, it's live, but we're hoping that by 2023 it will be fully blown. And that's where I see a lot of prospects. I see a lot of opportunities between the two countries. We're hoping that this will open up a lot of trade. It will increase the trade volumes between the two countries.
So what are some of the key or specific challenges that you've had to face doing business with the UK?
Right. So I would say it's in the area of, for instance, standards. There's a bit. I won't call it a challenge. I won't call it a problem. I think that there are just some gaps here and there that we need to work on. It's very much work in progress.
Okay. So are the standards from Ghana or from the UK? When you say standards,
so standards as in Ghanaian exports, for instance, being able to meet the standard to be able to trade internationally. It's one area that we need to work on. Another area is export financing. But for that, I know Ghana Exim Bank is there. A lot of the commercial banks are also there to lend their support to ensure that there's adequate export finance for our exporters, so that they can be able to export volumes, higher volumes to the UK. And like I said, a lot is being done on the tariff side, on the customs side, hoping that when the interim trade partnership agreement between Ghana and the UK becomes fully, blown, it will open up even more opportunities for increased trade.
Okay, let's talk about today's summit. Why is it important for any entrepreneur to partake in today's summit?
Very, very, very important. I believe that this summit offers thought leadership and capacity development. Every time you hear of entrepreneurship, you think that it would be good to have very, very captains of industry leading the way in terms of capacity development, in terms of thought leadership. And so I think this is quite a very, very important event where you can imagine the people on the bill, all those who have been speaking since morning, and I think it's quite a good event for us to have. Yeah.
My name is James Makion from Kion Animations Limited.
Okay, I hear animations. It means that you are into digital. Yes. How is that space going currently in Ghana?
Well, I'm into digital arts and IT, software, and gaming, actually. And since the pandemic, there's been a rise in digitalization. Let me put it that way. Yeah, been a rise in digitalization and software creation, and I think it was an advantage to us. The pandemic helped with the digital artists and the software creators. Yeah.
Okay, so how's business going? How's patronage like currently?
Okay, actually, through the pandemic, we had an upper hand because of digitization. But considering this current economy, the rise of the dollar, and digitization is most about foreign currencies. The rise of the dollar has affected the economy and our business in general. So yeah, there's a bit of shortage.
Right. So in a crisis like this, how is an entrepreneur like yourself trying to target out and make the most out of it?
Well, an entrepreneur like myself, I try to find ways and solutions to the economic hardship, because looking at the situation, it looks like it's going to take a long time before we go back to normal. So we find ways to merge the cedi and the dollar. Some are used to charge in dollars sometimes and in cedis. Now we are charging in cedis because lots of people can't afford if we charge in dollars. And we are using, should I say, our heads from the labor market. So we're trying to manage it. And things we purchase, like if you're a digital artist, sometimes you purchase softwares and stuff. We try to get them with discounts at a low price so we can apply our skills to get a lot of people involved.
Right. So what influenced your decision to join today's Entrepreneur Solutions Summit?
Well, I've been an entrepreneur since 15 years of age, and I love to attend summits and network with people. So I read about this summit, and I felt it was a good thing to help me connect with a lot of great entrepreneurs to learn from their experience.
Can you say that you've sort of attained your mission for coming here?
Yes, I actually attained my mission even before it started, because I got to meet who I wanted to meet before the show started. And he was a great man, he inspired me a lot, and we got a partnership through him. He's willing to invest, and it's a good one.
So, like you said, the digital space is becoming a big thing in Ghana. What do you have to tell people out there who want to venture into it, but it looks like it's too far off? When you hear some of the digital terms, they are too big and all of that. What advice can you give to such people?
Okay, I think the digital space, we're already in Ghana. The world is moving to a digital sense. It, I think, became intense during the COVID, and now it keeps getting higher. There's no way we'll go back. So I would advise, if you have the time or get any chance, learn a skill, at least in any digital market. It will help you greatly, because there's no way we are going back. We'll keep going forward.
Your name and what you do.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Delasi, and I'm an entrepreneur, an artist, and humanitarian.
Okay, so as an entrepreneur, what business exactly do you do?
I have an e-commerce business. It's clothing for women. As you know, see, I love fashion, so it's my passion. So yes.
Okay. So you said you began in 2020 during the pandemic, and it looks like Ghana has not really come out of the pandemic. There are still some economic challenges here and there. How are you coping?
Well, my business is very diversified. I do work with some local tailors and manufacturers here in Ghana, but I also work with manufacturers in China, Korea, Japan, and the UK. So all of the items on my store are very diversified. And because it's an e-commerce business, everything is virtual. So I'm able to keep my stock in different places globally and not have it centralized like a brick and mortar store would be. So it's actually using the technology of the internet to kind of push my business forward and be a global brand instead of just being localized here.
So how are you facing the economic hardships?
It's been quite difficult. I think I've really lucked up because I've had so much support from friends and family. And yes, I've had a few investors as well to help fund my business and keep things moving forward. So I'm very grateful for that. I've gotten a lot of support.
What are some of the challenges that you've come across in line of business?
I think one of the biggest challenges might be cultural, because I'm an expat, so I'm a Ghanaian, but I moved here in 2018 and I'm from New York City. So New York is a place where we move really fast. I mean, like, time is money, and that's the way we see things. Ghana is a lot more slowed down and things are more cool, and people have a different approach to business in sense of time. So I noticed that, you know, working with people here locally, I would go through some stress in terms of deadlines and communication and things just taking longer than I'm used to. But I know it's definitely a cultural thing, so I had to kind of like adjust my mentality to things and respect the cultural differences. So that's one of the challenges, but it's something that I'm working through and I'm getting more used to it.
Right. Why did you decide to partake in today's Entrepreneurship Solution Summit?
Well, that's a good question. I think I'm at the point in my business where I've started to plateau and I really want to get to the next level. So I really need to exploit all the opportunities here locally that can help me with funding so that I can grow my business and get it to the next level of success.
What are your expectations?
I expect hopefully that by next year I would be doubling my ROI and hopefully bringing in upwards of $50,000.
And that'll be all for this edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Stella J. Jomsugi.
Thank you, Stella J. Jom, for the report. Up next is Biz Headlines. On to our very first story, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo has disclosed that government will in May 2023 review the standards required for imports into the country. According to him, the decision seeks to reduce the impact of foreign exchange on imports and encourage domestic production for exports. In an address to the nation on the economy, the president said government will also review the management of Ghana's foreign exchange reserves concerning the importation of products. He explained the decision comes on the back of the high rate of importation, which has been a contributing factor to the cedi's decline and Ghana's current economic woes. According to him, we must, as a matter of urgent national security, reduce our dependence on imported goods and enhance our self-reliance as demanded by our overarching goal of creating a Ghana beyond aid. Products such as rice, poultry, vegetable oil, toothpaste, pasta, fruit juice, bottled water, and ceramic tiles and others with intensified government support and that of the banking sector can be manufactured and produced in sufficient quantities in Ghana. On fuel price increments, consumers of petroleum products are expected to yet again pay more at various pumps across the country. The increment, which took effect from November 1, comes a few days after prices of petroleum products were adjusted in the second pricing window, which kicked off on October 31. Checks by GhanaWeb Business showed that some oil marketing companies are selling petrol at 17 cedis 99 pesos per litre, while diesel is selling at 23 cedis 49 pesos per litre. As of Wednesday, October 26th, some OMCs were selling petrol at 13 cedis 19 pesos, while diesel was going for 15 cedis 99 pesos per litre. Although there has been a stable price regime of crude oil being sold on the world market, the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the dollar has been attributed to the recent hikes. The significant hike in the price of petroleum has sparked renewed concerns for consumers amid soaring inflation rates, which have accumulated in the rising cost of living in the country. Communications Minister Ursula Owusu-Ekufo has noted that effective 2023, public sector's workers will not be allowed the opportunity to use private emails for government business. According to her, using private emails puts the government's information in a space that can be leaked. She noted that her outfit is engineering a platform that will be used for government emails and will be spearheaded by the National Information Technology Agency. She said, in other countries, you could lose your job for not using your official email because it comprises the security of the entire system. It destroys institutional memory. It makes government information available everywhere in the world. She added, somebody somewhere is using that information that has been provided on those supposedly free platforms and doing all kinds of things with our data which we do not know about. The minister also asked government agencies to liaise with the agency to ensure that they are migrated onto the platform. The Ghana Union of Traders Association has hinted of a possible shortage in items and goods as the country heads into the festive period in December. According to the Public Relations Officer of the Union, Joseph Paddy, the recent economic challenges in the country have since resulted in less import activity at the ports. He attributed the development to the increasing cost of duty and freight charges occasioned by the persistent depreciation of the cedi against the dollar. In an interview, Mr. Paddy said, containers that are coming out of the port are nothing good to write home about. People are not importing, people are keeping their money, because if you import, you can't sell and break even or even maximize. So what are we going to see in the shortest possible time? We are going to see a shortage of goods. They rather prefer to keep their monies in treasury bills rather than import and lose. And due to the rising cost of living in the country, you seriously can't import at that point and make profit. So there's less import activity for many of our businesses. Meanwhile, many businesses have begun to fold up due to the economic conditions in the country, with Ghana currently in negotiations with the International Monetary Fund for Economic Support Program. To our last story, the World Bank's new country climate and development report for Ghana has indicated that at least 1 million more people could fall into poverty due to climate shocks if urgent actions are not taken. The report added that income could also reduce by up to 40% for poor households by 2050. The report called for the pursuance of a development pathway that builds resilience to climate change and fosters a transition to low carbon growth through a combination of policies and public and private investment. Ghana's economic and human development is vulnerable to climate change. On average, flooding affects around 45,000 Ghanaians every year, and half of Ghana's coastline is vulnerable to erosion and flooding as a result of sea level rise. Pierre Laporte, World Bank Country Director for Ghana, Liberia and Sierra Leone, stated in an interview. The World Bank report said Ghana as a country further need to take prompt action, else the higher temperatures and heat stress will affect crop and labor productivity, whilst more erratic rainfall patterns will damage buildings and infrastructure. That's it for BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. But log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more news stories. Log on to all our social media handles. On Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, we are at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, we are GhanaWeb TV. Have a pleasant weekend. My name is Na Oyukote.